Yo, 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 yo. Wait, we don't have a proper leader. Jay Weavis, actually. Type something in Twitch chat to fight. Let's go. Let's go. Intro longer than my attempted hardcore stall self. I'm sorry about that, man. Holy shit, dude. Man, what is happening? I get one kill. I got a bow. Oh, I have a bow. Yo, do I have 576 total kills? What? Monka S. Dude. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. All right. Well, G Weavis finally. We have a leader. All right. We start with G. Well, what the fuck? Mara has 2 kills as well. Holy shit. There we go. Weavis is dead. Jackhammer's on 2. Kitty's dead. Mara's getting fucked. You know what? We're starting. We got shit to do today. We're starting. Need to find a way to cut that part of it when we only have someone with one kill, actually. How you guys doing? I just got a comment about a little from Viper-esque. What? Where is the chat located? But yes, I've talked about it. Viper-esque. Okay, no, I already talked about that. So Viper just confirmed that Mark T's time, it took Mark T months of work, but they displayed minion stats. But that's for PoE 2. Hope you're good. Yeah, I'm alright. I gotta turn off the sound on Tibia though. Volume mixer. We'll do that because I'm doing this. Chomp. It's in PoE 2 channel on PoE Discord. Because I haven't seen him typed it, but we talked about it, and I've mentioned it several times. Hey, I've mentioned that on stream. I mentioned it on in a 2 videos actually. PoE Discord, PoE 2. It's several days ago. Yeah. Now I've already talked about that, so we're good. Thank God, fire alarms. For fire alarms. Yeah, no, I was gonna go to bed, and my daughter, I don't know, she couldn't sleep. So I picked her up, gave her comfort, and then as soon as I was gonna put her back to bed, she just clinged on me, no, man. So I laid down on the couch with her. I know, half an hour went by, tried to put her back down to bed. Same thing. Stood and I wiggled back and forth for half an hour. Oh, 20 minutes, man. Nah, that's an exaggeration. 15 minutes. Jack Hammer, thanks so much for 5 years, man. Appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you. Holy shit, starting the stream. We haven't even been live for half an hour and already dropping gifts. Sheesh. Thank you. God damn. And then, told you I'd give. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Anyway, so I then go back to the couch, lay down with her there, half an hour, well, maybe longer. I don't know. I lost track of time at that point. I was so dead, dude. And then I needed to go to the bathroom. She was sleeping. I was like, I can't go to bed with her because then she's going to fucking wake up again. Oh, and this must have been around 6 a.m. at this point. And I go up at 11. That's 5 hours later. So I was like, I already had 4 hours of sleep for for yesterday. It's like, fuck this, man. So I put the pillow so she wouldn't fall off the couch, go to the toilet. And just as I finish on the toilet, I hear clump, 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 clump. So my daughter is woken up. And is just walking. So I open the door. And she just stands there, super tired, looking at me like this with her fucking pacifier. Like, hi. Oh, man. Cutest fucking thing ever. I love her. God fucking damn it. Sleep. Fucking hell. Anyway, so I picked her up and I said, I gotta sleep. I gotta go live, man. I gotta go up soon. So I brought her into the bedroom. I was like, Anna, your time, your turn. Here, take over. I gotta sleep. And I couldn't fall asleep till like 8 a.m. or something. So I was like, you know what? This ain't gonna work. Like, I gotta sleep a few more hours. So I got a couple of hours extra sleep tonight, and we'll see. So I do apologize for the for the delay today. Anyways, I wanted to jump in and talk about some of these things. I'm not sure if there's any other footage we've missed, and I do have plans to do D4 today as well. Where is my YouTube stream? There it is. Every class gets to fill in skill tree twice in PoE 2, right? No. No, that's not how it's gonna work now. You know what, dude? What is this song? I'm gonna fall asleep. Give me something with speed. I don't need Steely Dan for this. Songs. There we go. What else we have? Night Witches, that's a good one. Ruina Imperi for sure. Resistant Bite from the Heroes album. 40-1 from Art of War. Lost Battalion. There we go. All right, so you can dual assign limited amount of skill points. An exact amount is known. Not sure if exact amount is known, actually. That's true. So essentially, let's see. Okay. So basically, the way the skill tree system will work is, let me bring up Path of Building. It'll be easy to show you. Whatever, we'll just take a build. Here. So let's say that this is the build that we have. And I decide, you have a set amount of points you can allocate that is specific to your weapon swap. That's what you can do. So these are not points you can travel with. I did that mistake first time I playtested PoE 2. So the way this system works is that if I want to get to, let's say I want to go to Chaos Inoculation, I can't use those passive points to do this. Now, here's the thing. Certain classes might not really need the weapon swap points. And that's mostly when it comes to minion stuffs. Right? Which means they could use the same points for both weapon swaps and actually get more points that way. You can't do this unless you do this with both weapon swaps. However, what you can do is you can say, well, for my first weapon swap, I'm doing fire spells. Okay, I'll put those points in here as an example. And I also put those points up here. So whenever I weapon swap, these will be activated. And then I can have, let's say I do a lightning ability on my other weapon swap. Which means that when I weapon swap, this will happen to my skill tree. Those will go away. And then maybe I didn't have these nodes for that weapon swap. So essentially, instead of... Basically, the skill tree is dynamically adjusting based on the weapon swap I'm using. So these are points out on top of the skill points that you have. So a tree for every weapon. No, you have your core tree with your travel nodes and everything. And then you have a very select few amount of extra points that you have designed for specific weapon swapping. So I can have, as in this specific example, I can say, well, this is the points I want when I'm using my second weapon. But if I switch back to my other weapon, I lose the lightning and I have fire instead. So that's how that dynamic weapons or skill trees adjustments will happen during a weapon swap. All right. You can assign certain skill points to certain weapons. Exactly. That's what I'm showing. do keep in mind that you can have a travel point in those as well. But if I use these points, let's say that these 2 points I put in as a base tree, then I'll just use. I can have it look like this actually. I can have these as a base tree, and then my weapon swap will be these for one, and I can have these for the other, as an example. But if I have these 2 part of my weapon swap trees, I cannot travel to this point, because these are only exclusively for my weapon swap, right? So it's important to keep those things in mind, that you don't use them for traveling, because when you then level up, you can spec the same point that you have put in your weapon swap points, and that means that point becomes wasted. So you got to think about that. Why not grab stuff like curses for minions or something? Again, we don't know how the final skill tree will look, so we have no idea how that's gonna go. 9 minutes. So we will simply see how it works and how the skill tree will look once the game is in early access on November 15th, right? So till then, we don't know. We have no idea. I'm assuming there will be things that will be interesting to use for minion builds as well. I would assume, at least. I mean, hell, we could maybe have a weapon swap where we apply elemental exposure, or I don't know, equilibrium or something. I have no idea. Yeah, as I said, not every build will necessarily use weapon swap. Correct. Druid is another example. What the fuck is Druid? So the Druid is another example. The transform, when you do a shapeshift, that counts as another weapon swap. So you might want to have, I don't know, cast speed or something for your human form. And then you can have those as a weapon swap points for those. Like we saw in the video, we can actually go look at that. Path of Exile 2 Druid gameplay showcase. Shit. It was, where was that footage? Was it this one? Is this the one?
Basically,
this is where Gamescom.
So, go on.
What's happening on your health bar there? It looks like you're building up a shield.
Yeah.
What's ability?
There was the showcase video, wherever the fuck that was.
Characters. Sorry, that is to say, but also.
So you see this, like he's casting the lightning storm.
You can turn into a bear. You're still, you're not wearing a suit of armor, you know, like a warrior would be. So you do have to be a bit careful. And so that's where the stunning can be really useful to incorporate as a defensive measure.
Here, you see this? So you cast the lightning storm, right? So you might want to have your human form having extra cast speed for this specific part. So you can do that setup, and then when you switch to the bear form, then you'll have extra points invested into the actual bear form performance, right? So that's something that you could potentially and logically consider when it comes to that specific class where the weapon swap dynamic skill tree changes. So that's something to consider. But we don't know how it's going to look, but that's how the system will work, at least. Feels so weird for me. A druid should be an ascension. I have no idea how they're going to ascend with these things. Like, my understanding is that this is the druid and the druid skills and whatnot, the baseline stuff of it. I'm assuming that there's going to be more shape shifting, because they said that you could turn into to several beasts, and they've only shown the bear form. I haven't seen any other forms. Did make a video on spectrum management in PoE 2. I made a video talking about differences between minions in PoE 1 and PoE 2. Yes. Kikis has not posted the video yet. It's the topics that we talked about yesterday on stream. I'm going to talk about a few things today. A few other things, rather. Base class should be naturalist, and then ascensions should be like druid and shaman and whatever else. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not saying that druid isn't... You don't have to use your shape-shifting stuff as a druid. And I'm assuming that the ascensions will have, probably and assumingly, will have a shape-shifting focused ascension. And they're very likely going to have a caster-focused ascension as well. So I have no idea what the third one will be, but that's my guess. At least when it comes to the ascendancies. I'm curious about the witch, though, because they have a sorceress. All right? And that's a different class, which has the elemental stuff, which we see in PV1 from the Elementalist. Ascension. And Occultist and Necromancer as witch ascendancies. But now they're separating a sorcerer as being a separate class, and then you have witch as a separate base class. So obviously, I would assume that the witch has a Necromancer ascendancy, and very likely an Occultist, but I have no idea what the third ascension on a witch would be. Because Elementalist sounds more like that would be a sorceress thing, right? Or do you have the depth will be kept with these classes? It feels very boxed. I mean, we've only seen the base classes. Oh, golems be homeless. Actually, that's true. Maybe witch will have Necromancer, Occultist, and Golemancer or something. Maybe that's the three ascendancies they're gonna go for. That actually sounds like a plausible effect. Actually, that is a very fun topic to cover. Let's talk about that. Let's do that. Expected ascendancies for each class. Which, so I'm thinking Necromancer, and I'm thinking Occultist, and I'm thinking Golemancer. That's what I think. So if we then take Druid, Shapeshifter, Shapeshifter. What do you guys think we'll see on the Druid? I'm thinking maybe Shaman, caster oriented, and then Totem dude, something like this. What do you guys think about this? Don't know about which getting Golemancer. Maybe Sork will get Golemancer. Oh yeah, Druid has minions as well. We could, yeah, actually that's true. Which is more like dark powers more than golems. And golems are more like, yeah, okay. I'm with you on that. So, bone fantasy. Or bone mancer. Keep Hierophant, we have no idea. So yeah, pack leader, summoner. Pack leader. That's a good take. Something like this. And not expected. Speculations of ascendancies for each class. Something like this. Bleed Spell Witch. Bone Fantasy, lol. Oh, man. So we know that the Druid has these volcano stuffs, right? All right, so are we fine with the Witch? Let's start with the Witch. Necromancer for sure. I definitely think we're going to have a chaos-oriented ascendancies, which very likely will be the Occultist. And I'm actually down with the whole bone skills thing. A Blood Witch would be cool. I'm not sure, though. What about Druid, then? Shapeshifter seems like it's definitely going to be a thing. I'm very confident Druid will have shapeshifter stuff, obviously. And I definitely think that because of them having wolf pack summons and whatnot. So maybe a summoner pack leader is something that a Druid can have. What about like Shaman though? Like some sort of cast oriented, but we still don't have anything with totems. Maybe we'll see that in more of a hierophant approach on the Templar. That could also be the case. We don't know till we see the reveal stream, Rafa. Flaskmaster. Are we happy with the druid though? Like, are we happy with that information? Because then the next class would be the monk. What do you guys think the monk will have? Monk IS. Unarmed. I don't think we'll see unarmed. Yes, you actually think so? Spiritborn. Like pugilist. Okay, okay. Unarmed boxing fight style. Okay, I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. Corrupted monk, chaos focused. I know that the monk has lightning oriented abilities as a core recommended abilities in the early stage of the base monk class. Wukong style. Like some sort of martial artist. Yeah, I think like a weapon master. Wukong martial artist. Weapon specific focus. I'm down with like some avatar looking motherfucker. Equilibrium, elemental combo. Avatar of element, avatar of all. Wuku uses staff only. Yeah, but I added / martial artists. So I don't know. These are just speculations. Thunderbender, Thundercat. He's old, you know? Harbinger. Pacifist. Fireball, lightning. They have some lightning oriented baseline abilities with the staff. I think that I like the thinking of equilibrium. I like the idea, the fantasy approach of Avatar or something. So Avatar, equilibrium. How do we summarize that though? Manipulation of the mind. When will we know how much will cost to join PoE2 EA? We don't know yet. As soon as they announce when they're gonna have their reveal stream, we're gonna be able to set that up. Elemental avatar. Wind knockback. Yeah, I'm thinking like just elemental oriented focused melee combat or martial combat. That seems to be well in the line of the actual base class. I like the idea of the whole equilibrium and the mind stuff. But since they've really pushed the base class to be like this martial fighter or martial arts combat fighter. Avatar. Elemental focused. Maybe. Something like this. Hands of Eula skill that applies curse on melee unarmed hit. How much close beta? We don't know yet. I have no idea. All right, I'm gonna leave that. I mean, they might not be named this. This is just what the speculations. All right, next class is the Mercenary. This is tough. The Mercenary is using the crossbow, sharpshooter. Yeah, but what's the focus of a sharpshooter? Focus on projectile-based attacks. I like the grenadier. Focus on grenade / explosive projectiles. That's a good one. So what's the difference between a sharpshooter focusing on projectile-based attacks and a gunslinger then? Mines? Yeah, mines traps. Ooh, that's a good one. That could be, yeah, that could actually work. Let's call it bounty hunter. Trap. Mine focused. Let's call it bounty hunter. Like the YouTube chat coming through with clutch here. Van Helsing or Rambo. Rambo dual wielding 2 M60s? Yeah, I don't think they'll keep Mines of the Shadow, no. I like the... let's just call it Bounty Hunter, but I think that Trap and Mine focus will be in the Mercenary. And like having one Ascendancy focusing on like grenades or explosive projectiles. And I think that having one Ascendancy focusing on the actual projectile-based attacks. Mad if Ascendancy is crazy. I don't think that's going to be the case. Are we happy with this? Mercenary gets pet like WoW. Not that I know of. Are we happy with the Mercenaries? Then we move on. Looks good. Yeah, I think so as well. I don't know if it's strength of dex. And then we have the Sorceress. Okay, so I think we can all agree Elementalist. Focus on all 3 base elements. Golemmancer, Elemental Golem Summoner theme. So if we do this, what would be the third one? What would the third one be if we do this? Arcane style? Mana focus, arcane. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That could work. Yeah, like Arcanate Mystic, Spellslinger. Oh. Spellslinger could work as well. Jarkin TV with a Prime. Thanks so much for support, man. Alright, so basically, I guess the suggestions here, we have Spellblade, we have Arcanist, Arcane Spell Focused, we have, what else did you guys say? Heralds, you guys said Mana Focused, Illusions. Which one do you guys think will be more likely to see? I think Spellblade will be more of like the dexterous characters, like Shadow or something. I think will have Spellblade. I think Arcanist would make more sense, and Mana Focus will make more sense based on what we've seen. I don't think we have Illusion stuff enough to make a focus around it. So I think Arcanist and Mana Focused, those two combined, could very likely be something we'll see. I personally believe that those two would be more in line. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna give a pure int class a spell blade approach. I think that's going to be more in the shadow department. That's what I'm thinking. Can you check some of the Ascendancy concept? The silver. Oh, this guy's actually kind of gone through what we're doing right now. Check the Warlock one. Wait, there's a Warlock. I'll give this a watch. I'll give this.
Hello, mate. So we are back. It's been 3 days, and you know what that means. We're back with another Ascendancy class design. Last up, we had the Weaver, which was our Arcane Archer archetype. So we were hitting up decks there, and before that, we had 2 Marauder classes. So we covered Strength for a bit. So I wanted to move over to Intelligence for a second and take a look at what we can do with the Witch Ascendancies.
So these are like fan-made designs of these. Okay.
Today, and before this, we'd created the Defiler, and the Defiler was chaos, damage, poison, unholy might, using a lot of zombies, fear mechanics, which was the first time I've ever seen that discussed in PoE, and we also had a madness mechanic as well, allowing enemies to start attacking each other. We had that kind of poison chaos archetype, and now I wanted to do something very different, but also something completely new. Without further ado, let's take a look at the artwork and get into the Warlock.
Yo, Kikis, take notes.
Alright, so we are here on the presentation screen. This is everything, but first what we're going to do is get into the mood, get into the theme with a little bit of lore that we've written up. Some are fated to walk the path of righteousness, though by the same merit there are those drawn to the dark. Nightmare is a warlock's destiny. Embrace it and discover knowledge most dare not imagine, let alone wield. The warlock reaches into the beyond and draws back powerful allies and blessings to her aid. As her form begins losing itself, she embraces the contortions of change. For in her infernal heart she has long known that shedding her humanity will be her becoming. Alright, so a little nod to Beyond there. You can sort of see where we're going with this. Let's take a look at the themes. So we've got curses, blood magic, summoning, and transformation. So blood magic is a topic that's come up over and over again, and we got a taste of it with the Warlock of the Mists in Affliction, which was the temporary ascendancy that we got. A lot of sort of blood magic conversion and life thresholds and all that sort of stuff. So we've definitely taken some inspiration from that, and in a couple of other ways, which you will see when we get into the nodes, so let's do it. Alright, we're going to start off by moving down. God, there's so much to see in this. I'm actually so stoked about how this came out. Okay, we'll start off by moving down to the right, and we get some minion damage, and we get some curse area. And then we get to our first duo node, and we've got Summoning Vessel and Summoning Circle. So we'll start with Summoning Vessel. Their body fades to reveal the Beyond. You're already getting a lot of Beyond vibes here. So rare and unique enemies spawn 1 Beyond Imp for every 10% life they have lost. Gain 1 maximum imp per 10 character levels, up to 6. So by 60, you're getting your maximum number of imps from this. And if an imp is spawned, but you are capped, then another imp explodes, dealing 20% of life as physical damage. So we'll ignore the bottom bit for now. Essentially, yeah, as you're dealing damage to a rare or unique enemy, you're going to be spawning these imps. They're temporary minions, so they're going to be building up your damage ramp, but they don't automatically respawn. If you do get over your cap, then it's not wasted. You're just getting a bit of extra extra pop damage from these extra imps that didn't quite make it from the Beyond. The bottom section here is Beyond
really
imps lose 5% maximum life every second, and the imps have a 5% chance to be spawned as a random Beyond champion. Now, a Beyond champion, we'll talk about this in a little bit, but essentially just a much more powerful minion type. So you've got a chance to get a little bonus there. They lose life per second, and this just kind of forces them to be temporary, and we'll then move over to a different way of summoning these imps, which is with summoning circles. So your curses linger as summoning circles after they've activated. We've seen in PoE 2 that you essentially put curses on the ground, it looks like, in like a circle, and so that circle lingers. If an enemy dies inside the summoning circle, then they are transformed into a Beyond imp that becomes your minion. At the bottom here, we've got very similar setup where it says Beyond imps lose 5% of their life every second. They are outside of their summoning circle. And so whilst they're in that little contained area, they're not losing life. This is, yeah, again, another way to generate these temporary minions, these Beyond imps, these like flying winged things. If you want to double down and lean into this, then you can, getting a bit more minion damage and some increased curse area. And then we come to a pretty intricate skill or intricate node called Demonic Binding. You gain the Demonic Binding skill, allowing you to summon Beyond demons permanently, and you select a Demonic Blessing. So first, let's take a look at the Demonic Binding skill. Alright, so you summon demons from the Beyond. The faction you have selected will define the type summoned. We'll get into the factions in a second. That's the other part of this Ascendancy node. But then your demons deal X physical damage. That could be up to balance. We have no idea how to balance that right now. But 3 Beyond demons merge to form a Beyond champion, and 3 Beyond champions merge to form a Beyond demigod. What does this mean? So essentially, each of these costs 15 spirit.
These are not leaks. These are fan-made theoretical speculations of classes. And we were currently going through a list of what type of ascendancies we'd expect from each class. Someone in the YouTube chat recommended me to watch this guy's footage. This is really cool. The way, like, this is like over and beyond. I like the whole idea with the Warlock class. I'm gonna say that I am very confident we're not going to see something like this in PoE for PoE 2, at least not for a long time, but this is pretty cool.
Spirit, that could go up or down, but the idea being you need 45 spirit to summon a Beyond champion, so you'd summon 3 Beyond demons, that would become a champion. You then need 135 to summon a Beyond demigod, which is essentially a really powerful single minion. What I really like about this idea is, like, you can alter this how you want. So if you want, you can summon the exact number that you need to get a really powerful single minion, or you can get a huge number of smaller minions, and you can actually toggle this. What I've put as a note on the bottom here is merging can be toggled in the spirit allocation UI that is rumored, that we have kind of seen a glimpse of with the Witch Showcase. So let's talk about the faction and what that means if we go back to the Ascendancy tree. Alright, so this is where select a Demonic Blessing comes in. And you have 3 options. So for those of you that don't know, in PoE 1, there are 3 Beyond bosses, Katash, Gore, and Baidat. And they all come from a different faction of demons. There is Demonic, Pale, and oh god, I should know this. Oh, Flesh. Sorry, Flesh is Gore's. And yeah, they all have different qualities and things. And so the thing I like about, kind of, when I was thinking about this, is it might actually be easier to implement than you think, because the art assets for the most recent Beyond demons are quite up to date. You could just steal all of the different Beyond demons and kind of tier them and use them for this application. You've got Katash's Blessing. The Shepherd's Flock is eternal. Your demons are formed from the faction of the Scorned. I've changed it from Demonic faction to Scorned because Demonic demons just felt like doubling up too much. Your minions' fire damage can freeze, and your minions' physical damage is converted to fire. So this is affecting type of damage your minions do, and also allowing special effects like freeze from fire damage, for example. Baidat's Blessing, the Archangel of Death beckons you. Your demons are formed of the faction of the Pale, and your minions' lightning damage can ignite. Your minions' physical damage is converted to lightning damage. And then you've got Gore's Blessing, Feed the Nightmare, and Become One. Your demons are formed from the faction of the Flesh. They deal cold damage. Their physical is converted to cold, and their cold damage can shock. Importantly, this does not affect you, it's just your minions. Also importantly, obviously these are...
I like this guy. I like him. The video so far, really fucking well made. I mean, yeah, someone in chat mentioned earlier with like AI stuff. I don't care. This is really fucking well made. The way he's thought about these nodes is actually fucking spot on. I like this. I like this a lot. There's no official ascendancy for PoE2. Not that we know of. We're just speculating, right? We made a list of things that we would expect that we think will happen, and then we go from there. There were some ideas for ascendancies before they decided to rework big parts PoE2, and the info is now outdated. That's also very true. Hope GG will make something one level better than the concept of this guy. What do you mean? Like, this is really good. I mean, I'll be honest. If they ever make something like new class, I don't think that we're gonna see a warlock, for the simple fact that that means they have to make a lot of even more new stuff than the other parts. Oh, he's in the channel. Hey, Silver, how you doing, man? Honored to have the minion lord himself taking a look at my stuff. This is good. I like this a lot. Interesting concept. It'd be cool, yeah. Fully expect you to find a million holes in it. Not really, because it's like, it's speculations, right? It's speculations, right? I think that the one thing, I don't know what the left side is. I want to finish this video. I'll do that, but like, so far, something that they've had a theme going on with Ascendancy classes that they definitely want is not to force people into a specific playstyle for the Ascendancy. They need to be more open-winded, right? So that the Ascendancy class itself is not saying, oh, you want to play that 1 or 2 builds, you have to play that Ascendancy. If you want to play anything else, you can't play that Ascendancy. Like Elementalist is a great example of that. You have some parts allowing you to be Golemancer, other parts is more for caster-oriented focus. In the Necromancer part or the tree in PoE1, you have access to minion-oriented stuff. You have access to chaos-oriented. You have your focus, your availability of non-focus stuff, and chaos stuff. And then you also have the availability of going into corpse play and become more of a caster, allowing you to have different type of archetypes or play styles or fantasies to engage with within the same ascendancies. So as every ascendancy class is by default, with the way they've designed them, is not going to put you in a very small box. They want the box of the ascendancies to be pretty wide, allowing you to have more variations and choices within them. But I want to finish this video.
Permanent minions. So you've got some temporary minions situationally.
I love the dual nodes.
Permanent minions that you get to customize a little bit. Let's keep on the...
I will say this: the dual nodes is a sneaky way to make to create variations in the ascendancies. I actually like that a lot because they can cater that little more tweak to it. I'm a big fan of that. That's a cool idea.
For now, and we'll move over the other side of the tree, and you'll see it's kind of mirrored a little bit.
I like the theme you have on the left side, having another choice to make.
And then we get to blasphemous words and accursed.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about before, with ascendancies having you available, the availability to presenting different archetypes or focuses. So the right side had the summoning focus stuffs. The left side seems to be more focused on the curse stuffs. So what I would expect, which I mean, you seem to know what you're doing when it comes to the theory crafting of this. Fantastic. So I'm assuming that it's not going to be any summoning or minion related nodes or references on the left side of this ascendancy, because that would then feature and cater to this idea of having ascendancies not having a small box, but rather a wide box, or rather a wide box.
Words. So blasphemous words, you gain the blasphemy meta skill. Blasphemy basically allows your curses to become auras around you, and curses supported by blasphemy have 40% reduced spirit cost. You also get +1 to maximum curse limit. So really big curse buffs all around. More curses as auras. We've then got accursed words, which similar but different. So your curses can only affect rare and unique enemies. Your curses never expire and can affect hex-proof enemies. You also get 40% increased curse effect. So your curse circles are only going to affect rare or unique enemies, but you're getting much stronger curses, and they can go through any hex-proofing that an enemy might have. You're also getting the +1 curse limit. Then you come up, you get some max life and curse effect. And then we get to dark.
I don't think they're going to have life on your skill tree, and I don't think they're going to let you have life on ascendancies as a result of that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Crucible. Gain the twisted favor of the Lords Beyond. Killing cursed enemies grants twice as many Vile Souls, so this is just a huge buff for Vile Souls in general. Obviously it's a second tier node, so it's a bit of an investment, but if you're really focusing on Vile skills and you were cursing people, then you're getting twice as many Vile Souls. Very good. So gaining Vile Souls will fill this Crucible, and let's say the Crucible has 100 Vile Soul cost, right? It can fill up to 100 Vile Souls, like an expensive Vile skill gem. And then once it's full, you can demonically transform. Now, in the notes I've put down in the bottom, demonic transformation is a skill that you gain and can manually trigger, but it can be set to automatically trigger on filling the Dark Crucible in the skill UI. So this is just if you don't want another button to press, or you're already pretty button heavy, then you can just set this to automatically trigger whenever it fills up. And then we get a transformation. So we've filled this Crucible. It's a bit of a throwback to Last to Die and how you get this blood Crucible that fills up and then allows you to enter the beyond. We have 3 forms, all based on the different factions and the gods. So you've got Form of the Scorned. These are quite intricate, but I've tried to make them fairly simple and quite generic as well, in that like they could be used with many different builds. Each one of these transformations offers you a unique skill when you're transformed. Katash's Gaze is essentially a channel that sucks enemies towards the channeling point and deals damage over time. So you've got all your minions going and you can kind of like control an area by channeling on that area and sucking enemies towards it. You and your minions gain 50% of damage taken as mana before life. Spells cost 60% less, and you have 50% increased curse effect. So this is if you really wanted to move into like spell casting, mana, very like magey kind of transformation. You also get the 4 like quadrupedal legs that Katash has, and it allows you to move at full speed whilst casting. So you're no longer getting a penalty for moving and casting at the same time, which I think is mechanically pretty cool. Then we've got Form of the Pale, and that transforms you into a Pale champion, and it grants Baydat's Ire skill. Baydat's Ire is a channeling skill that charges up an arrow that will fire every second from the location that you channeled. So imagine you can channel for like 5 seconds, and then every second is going to fire like a really powerful arrow from that location in that direction. So it's kind of like a set it and forget it, and kind of like a bit of a skill shot thing, and then you can go off and do other things. Each time it hits an enemy, it removes elemental resistance from them. So if you do skill shot it and you get all 5, you know, or whatever, it rewards you for channeling it longer, you wipe some elemental resistance off them. You and your minions' evasion chance just becomes 75% whilst you're transformed. Your hits cannot be evaded, and you have Onslaught. So we had sort of a more like spelly intelligence kind of with Katash, and now Baydat's giving us that kind of more dexterity vibe. And then we've got Form of the Flesh. So you turn into a ravenous champion. It grants Gore's Feast skill. So Gore's Feast is a channeling skill that summons like postulate demons from the ground that explode on half channel. They explode for maximum damage if you full channel it. So if you imagine the channel length was like 8 seconds, if you really wanted to like maximize the summoning of these postules for a big explosion. But if you get to 4 seconds, you can still just let go of it and it'll explode all of them that you've summoned. You just won't have as many and as big damage. You and your minions gain 50% more maximum life, you take 20% less damage, and 50% of damage taken is recovered as life. That's supposed to say. So yes, the sort of unique quality as well that you gain from being in this form is that your dodge roll becomes a burrow. So during your dodge roll, you basically like, instead of dodge rolling, you go underground and then pop up at a location. And when you pop up, you knock enemies back. And during the burrow, you can actually avoid area damage as well. Oh, the other thing that I missed, your dodge roll becomes a lightning warp when you're a Pale champion. You basically get like teleport and some lightning damage on landing. These are like, were kind of quite wild to put together. Quite a lot of work would go into making these, but I think it would be worth it. And then some of the blood magic stuff. So we've got increased max life and increased spell damage. And then we've got Crimson Power. So this was one that I brought back kind of from the Warlock of the Mists and just changed it a bit. So it removes all your energy shield. You gain maximum life instead of maximum energy shield from your armor items. Increases to maximum energy shield applied to life at 50% rate. And then your skills gain a life cost equal to their mana cost. So this is a little bit of a drawback, but you're getting a huge amount of opportunity to stack life here. but now your skills are costing life as well as mana. Now, if you want to, you can double down into this, and you can pick up, again, more max life and spell damage, and you can go into the price of power. So this removes all mana. Life cost of your skills is tripled, so 2 pretty big drawbacks there straight away. But you gain 10% of maximum life as added physical spell damage. This number might need to be higher, might need to be lower, but basically you're getting a load of flat added physical spell damage. And also, intelligence grants the same amount of life as strength. So if you're stacking a load of intelligence, you're using intelligence for other gear and spells and stuff like this, you're also going to be getting just a boatload of life from that. And so yes, your life cost of your skills is now very expensive, but you're gaining a lot of benefits from increasing your maximum life, which should make up for it. So that's kind of our like blood magic-y sort of like base there, and then off the sides here you can kind of go into it in 2 different ways. So let's go over to the right. We've got some, again, max life and spell damage, and then we've got Crimson Pact.
Oh shit, hold on, I can't forget. Fuck, I got logged out. I forgot. I'm making runes in this fucking game. There you go.
So
no, I fast forwarded. Where was I?
One says it, and then off the sides here you can kind of go into it in 2 different ways, and you can go into the price of power. So this removes all, and then off the sides here you can kind of go into it in 2 different ways. So let's go over to the right. We've got some, again, max life and spell damage, and then we've got Crimson Pact. So that which was promised cannot be taken lightly. This is your defensive option. You know, if stacking life wasn't enough, this is a pretty unique effect. The last 15% of your maximum life pool is promised. Promised life can only be taken if the hit is big enough to take the entire amount. Promised life cannot be spent or sacrificed. So, one, this stops you from
that's not OP at all.
which is helpful. And the other thing it does is effectively means that you can't die from damage over time or small hits. So I think this is a really, really, really powerful defensive node, even though that max life amount is actually really small. So say you've got 2,000 life, that's 300 life that you've got to lose, you know, in that last segment, which a lot of damage, you know, would do to you. Essentially, this is just a savage hit. So it doesn't make you immune by any means, but it just means that there's so many scenarios where maybe you're getting zerged by loads of little enemies, loads of projectiles or something, or you're potentially get like a really big dot on you. Those aren't going to kill you. So I think this would, like, for a hardcore build, I think this would just be such an amazing defensive layer that would, like, no doubt save you multiple times, and then you could potentially build around it. So I thought this was like a weird, almost ward-like mechanic, but it's not ward, that, yeah, I just thought was really interesting, and hopefully you agree. Very powerful. That number might actually have to be 10%, or if it's not enough, maybe 20%, but yeah, fun. Now let's move over to the left. Other sort of blood magic-y stuff. We've got Sanguine Cure and Sanguine Curse. So the Sanguine Cure, you cannot be affected by corrupted blood. Bleeds have 50% reduced effect and duration on you and your minions, and also bleeding instead heals your minions. So there could be some interesting shenanigans that you do here, where essentially this is just an incredibly powerful way of like self-inflicting bleeds on your minions or something like that. I think it could be interesting ways to trigger that. In one sense, it could be incredibly powerful if you can figure a way to get the bleeds, but it might be weak if that isn't a thing that's in PoE 2 that's very available. So then I think this was something else would have to be added to this. Let me know if you have any good ideas of how to make this a bit more generically useful apart from that effect. And then we've got Sanguine Curse. So you and your minions inflict corrupting blood, and corrupting blood inflicted by you and your minions proliferates 2 meters. So this is like your corrupting cry, corrupting fever, like, you know, you're just like doing a dot, but your minions can spread the dot. It's a bit like a plague kind of thing, but like a blood plague. Thought it was very cool. And then you and your minions then leech 2% of the damage as life against enemies with corrupted blood. So a bit of leech there is pretty cool to have on this Ascendancy, I think, especially if you're life stacking and stuff like that. And then we've got our final node, and I'm actually like so happy with this node, and I would love to see this node in the game. There's so many of these that I make and I think, oh, that's kind of cool and stuff. And then there's like Maybe 1 or 2 on every Ascendancy tree where I'm like, oh my god, I would love that. And this is one of them. And it's because it's bringing back some features that I think are really cool in PoE 1. Book of Afflictions. Banes found only in the depths of nightmare. And this refers to the different afflictions that we got. They were brought back in 3.2.5 with the different rings, the nameless rings. But these were the afflictions that were available on the Warlock of the Mist's Ascendancy. Your temporary minions are affected by affliction. Rare and unique enemies are affected by penance. And unique enemies are affected by pacify. Now, let's take a look at these. I've recreated these as skill gems for PoE 2, so let's have a look. Alright, so here we are. I've kind of changed them up a tiny bit, but they're basically the same functionally. So we've got Pacify, Penance, and Affliction. So let's start with, we'll start in reverse order. So we've got Pacify here. So unique enemies are affected by Pacify. So after 8 seconds, they deal no damage for 4 seconds. So essentially a third of the time, a unique enemy is going to be dealing no damage. Very, very, very powerful. Maybe this number needs to be like a quarter of the time. So it's every 9 seconds, and then you get...
Mechanically, Silver, the cooldown resets after triggering, not after the duration. So you would have to have after 12 seconds. Because then after 12 seconds, it would last 4 seconds. And when that's off, it will after that be every 8 seconds. That's the mechanical approach of it. But I see what you mean.
3 seconds of immunity. That actually kind of sounds a bit better to me. Basically just opens up a window for you to either do some burst or recover or, you know, whatever you need
Still
to do.
Gonna be broken as fuck, so.
So Penance was unique and rare enemies are affected by Penance. And so this is more powerful enemies. They're going to be getting their own phantasms that spawn. So when you hit them, they spawn 3 phantasms, and that happens no more than once every second. They don't create corpses, so you can't corpse spam using this. However, you can get a hell of a lot of flask charges and vial souls, and this can also be used to then trigger like on-hit effects and other things that I have no doubt will be in the game. In PoE 1, it was currently used a lot. I used it last league to trigger Hinakura's Death Fury. Then we've got Affliction. Your temporary minions are affected by...
Of course you did. Ah, of course you did.
Affliction. Essentially, Affliction is a curse, a damage over time effect for your temporary minions that slowly kills them. Actually, well, not so slowly. It ramps up as well. So they take 8% of their life as physical damage over time, increasing by 100% every second. So this quite rapidly kills your temporary minions. However, you regenerate life equal to 10% of all of the affliction damage that's affecting your minions. So if you can find a way to very rapidly generate lots of temporary minions, for example using something like Summoning Circle and creating a lot of Summoning Circles, then your temporary minions are going to die a lot, but they explode on death for 50% of their life as physical damage, which is a lot. That might have to go down slightly. You're getting nice pops from those temporary minions dying, and you're also getting a very, very solid amount of healing, depending on the number of temporary minions you can get out there. So if you're stacking a lot of life, you're spending a lot of life, you're maybe sacrificing life using other skills, this is a way for you to generate a lot of life based on very forward, proactive summoning of temporary minions, which I think is cool gameplay-wise. Alright, let's get back to the tree. Alright guys, so that's everything. That's all of it. It's quite a big one. This video will be a little bit longer, so if you're still here, I hope it's been worth it and you've really enjoyed it. I absolutely loved putting this together. And it's so weird for me because I'm not typically like a minion, warlocky, witch player. I think
I am beyond myself frustrated that you have clicked on every single node and ignored these two. It pisses me off so much, Silver. Why have you clicked on everything and then you did not click these two? It's so annoying. Oh my god. I should have... Why? Why did you click on everything and not these two? Why?
Which is probably my least played class, but I just really love Beyond as a theme, and there's a lot of rumours going around. I'm looking at you, Talkative Try. But also I've been talking about it in the past as well, that, you know, maybe something like Beyond's going to be important in PoE 2's lore and story. And we might actually get to travel into the Beyond.
I'm not the
We know
first
that
to
in
complain
D4
about that.
The big disappointment, there was no one got to go into Hell, and I think there's a huge opportunity, not just because of that, but there's just an amazing opportunity for us
Is it a
players to be able to
comment or
go into
what?
the Beyond, to think about where the Seed of Corruption come from, the Beast, and what Nightmare is, and like just discovering a lot more about lore. But also just some of the assets are awesome, and who doesn't love killing demons or summoning demons in this case, or becoming a demon in this case. So yeah, I really like mechanically how much flexibility there is in this class, but it still feels very thematically solid. Like you're summoning demons, you're maybe transforming into a bit of a demon, like, you know, champion, but then also you got a load of blood magic stuff that you can use with some curses, and yeah, feels good. I really love this. I'm really happy with this. I'm very curious. I mean, it's quite a strong theme, so it might be a bit too strong for some people's taste, but like I say, just let me know what you think. I am dying to hear. If you think I can make any improvements, as always, please let me know and I will roll them in. But apart from that, we've got plenty more to get through. We've got 24 left to do, which sounds crazy when I say it out loud, but we have got plenty cooking in the background. So yeah, this is 12 of 36. This is our second Witch Ascendancy, and yeah, I'm very curious to think what you think also should be the third of. So we got the Defiler, we got the Warlock. Do we bring one back? Do we have a Necromancer? Do we have an Occultist, or do we come up with something new? Let me know. Please subscribe as well. Subscribe to the channel. The channel is growing. It's actually like, it's been growing a lot since putting these videos out, which is really exciting, you know, slow and steady, nothing crazy, but for me it feels like a lot. So
You heard him,
if
boys.
you're
Go
enjoying
subscribe
these, I would
to
love
him.
it if you subscribed. We're going to be doing tons more. We've also got tons more stuff like news videos, and we've also got some League redesign stuff.
And don't forget to hit the like button, and don't forget to leave a comment. I approve of this Ascendancy many times over. GG, well played. There we go. Don't leave a comment as well. That helps the algorithm.
Delve, we've done like a whole Delve redesign that just needs to be finished in terms of putting it in a video. So yeah, lots and lots of exciting stuff on the channel. I've taken enough of your time. This was quite a long one, so thank you very much for watching.
How long was this? It feels like it was 5 minutes.
I'll see you in the next one.
Wait, that was 25 minutes? Bruh. Silver drop in his prime my way. Well, I appreciate that, man. 24 without pauses. Bro, this is... So, I will say this. I don't think we're going to... fuck, I need more food. I don't think we're going to see a Warlock class. Like, I'll just want to point that out. I don't think we'll see that. I don't think we'll see many new ones. But I definitely think that this was really cool. Like, really cool. Now show our poor list. Okay, well, I didn't go deep diving, okay? I'm not speculating on making new ones, all right? I'm speculating what type of ascendancies we're going to be seeing as a broad, general approach. I haven't spent, I don't know, what I would assume would be multiple hours per ascendancy, and then more hours deciding it then, and then another couple of hours to record it, okay? One node that you would want on the Necromancer Ascendancy in PoE 2. One node? Well, it's gonna be very boring. But that's, I guess it's because I also considered Did you fly over walls? So you know how they remove Desecrate? And based on the playtest I've done in PoE 2, my favorite skill is Unearth. Unearth don't generate corpses in PoE 2. Let me show you what Unearth does for those of you who haven't seen it. Come on, hover over Unearth, you dumb fuck. Hello? Oh, you fuckface. There. So, I got a fucking numbers in the way. So, Unearth is a physical duration AoE minion skill. Cost 10 mana, cast time 0.95 seconds, 15% crit. Raises spikes of bone from earth in front of you. I will show you this live in action in-game in a bit. And this apparently does damage to enemies. The bones of corpses in the area, that means that if you hit a corpse through this cascade, are ripped out of, the bones are ripped out of the corpses and reassembled into a temp minion, short-lived bone construct that fights for you. This is the coolest ability they have in PvE2 that I've seen so far. Let me show you this in action. Come on. This is the spike, actually. Perfect timing right there. Yeah, man. YouTube, hello? Oh, fuck me. That scared the crap out of me. Okay, you see these scorpion-looking motherfuckers? That's the minions that you summon from a corpse. These guys right there. Here's another cool thing. If the corpse of an enemy died from a chaos damage over time effect like Contagion, that makes them purple. The corpse is purple. And if you summon that minion from that corpse, that minion will also continue to spread that dot, right? So what I would like as a Necromancer specific node on the Ascendancies is to have a source of generating corpses on bosses, because I could not get these minions out on a boss fight. That's what I would like. It's boring, but it's what I would like. That looks pretty cool. Actually, we can probably just scroll back here and you see this? See these corpses? Come on, use the fucking Unearth. See that? See how that cascade of bones went through the corpses, and out comes these bone spikes. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see the possibility of utilizing that and raise zombies on a boss fight, because I was unable to generate corpses on a boss fight. So that's what I would like to see. Personally. Yeah, I mean, what it would do is it would allow us to have... It emphasizes the idea of Necromancer minions to be very heavily focused for that specific class. Now, you can use skeletons and other classes, but if you want to use the temp minions that is coming from corpses, they would no longer only be available for clearing. And when I spoke to Jonathan about this in LA, he seemed to be fine with having abilities that were specifically for, you only use this for clearing, and you only use that for bossing. And I can definitely see that being, being a good state. Game design wise, but I just really like that though. Like a lot. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of boring, but that's what I would like. It's slightly interesting game design, class design. Oh, for sure, man. So, that's kind of like where I'm at. Anyways, let's not get stuck on watching this video again. We watched all of these 2.5 hours last night on stream. Stalling, by the way. Wrong. There we go. Music. Okay, so I've done these Ascendancy battles. We try and Dreamcore. If you wanted to make an Ascendancy sometime, it could be fun. What would I make? Because I'm going to be honest with you, like, I've had that question asked, like, what I would make if I made an Ascendancy class, or if I made new abilities in PoE, and the whole demonology, warlock summoning thing is kind of, like, right up my alley. That's why I immediately went to look to that one. So I'm not sure what else I would make. What would I make besides that? It's a very good question. Tracer from Overwatch. Well, here's the thing, Silver. I'm doing professional streamer stuff right now. You know how it is. It's called stalling. I'm only going through, honestly, mindless bullshit, and then sharing my experiences and knowledge from actually having played PoE 2. And then I'm going to play some D4 because I still have guides to fix there. Before Torchlight, I'm actually going to play Torchlight on the launch, which is this Friday, right? And then I'm just waiting for PoE 2. So what I'm trying to say is I have all the time in the fucking world, all right? I have all the time in the world. Let's see. Okay. PoE2 waiting room? Yeah, basically. At least the music's good. Glad you like it. All right, let's finish our little list with what we expect. This is not making new cool shit like Silver. We're not that cool yet. I mean, I'll have to give it. I'll have to give you some time. Think about it, Silver, and I can do that right after we're done with this list. Let's go back here. Okay, so we're on the Sorceress, and we are not speculating new stuff. We're rather talking about what we actually believe will be in the game. And we came up with Spellblade, Arcanist, Heralds, Mana Focus, Illusions. I don't think we're going to see enough new skills to actually cover an entire new fantasy like Illusion. But maybe we are, because we are getting shape-shifting and stuff. So maybe we actually are getting some new stuff. Heralds, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Spellblade is not going to be something we'll see on a pure int-based character. I do believe we'll see some Arcanist, Mana Focus. However, we have in the past seen a lot of Mana Focus things. And mind clarity approach being more of a Templar thing, while Spellblade is more of a shadow thing. So we have two different things that I can think of that would be more in line with the elemental or the sorcerers, which is actually Arcanist versus Spellslinger stuff. And I genuinely think that the shadow will be more of a Spellslinger Wander focus as well. So that means that I think we'll see more Arcanist stuff. But now we're going into this topic where it's a sorceress, and what kind of arcane spells exist in the game right now? Druid has access to Tornado, but I mean, these things, like, a lot of the things they have is, like, either it's physical spells, Fire, Lightning, Cold. What the fuck is arcane damage then? We don't have that in the game. So I'm not sure. But maybe Arcanist in the form of generic spell damage and energy shield could be like the Arcanist. So I think generic spell or damage or spell focus rather than elemental focus, speed, damage, etc. Maybe energy shield focus as well. So we could do something like that. That's what I think could be the case. I don't think the sorcerer will be mana focus though. Arcanist a while back, yes, very much ES, mana surge, spells, and volatility.
Welcome to the crew.
Sounds about right. Immortal Arab coming in with the 36 goddamn months. Thank you so much, dude. Hope you're doing well. By the way, I know I talked about this before. I'll probably mention it again. We are going to be running an uncapped subathon on November 15th. My little sister is flying down to help me with it as well. And we need to discuss, we need to actually discuss some sub goals for that as well. So we got a few things to do before November 15th. Magic Missile, Arcane Missile, a channel stream of shots that auto target would be cool. Like SRS without duration, but higher damage and hit. How you doing, Arab? It's good to see you, man. I see someone that will get prismatic touch. That's very getting so much prismatic support. Bold GHAZZY. Okay, let's. So I was watching Aaron Action RPG or Action RPG. He's been running an uncapped subathon. And he's on like day 33 or day 32 of streaming. So I'm like, okay. Okay. That's pretty fucked. That's actually fucked. Yeah. I'm a little terrified for doing one. But I will set it up, and then we'll see how it does, or how it goes. We're ranting about those types of subathon. They aren't real subathons. Real subathons are no sleep subathon, like in an OG Days of Twitch. So I've done one subathon before. Enough hours to get to day 40. That's so crazy. So I've done one before, and that one lasted 68 hours. And I was also in the category of fuck sleeping on the subathon. Those 68 hours, I had a grand total of just under 7 hours of sleep, which I tried to get in 3 different sessions. Those 3 times I tried to sleep, someone donated. So we had these big horn sounds, MLG horn sounds bullshit, and I had speakers on. And every time I tried to sleep, those 3 times, I woke up in cold sweat. I literally thought I was dying. And after 68 hours, it ended. And it was the single most excruciating and painful experience that I've had in recent times. And that's saying something, considering the fact that I have what's called undefined bipolar. It's a 3rd type of bipolar disorder. Basically, I suffer from mental health issues, and I've been down the fucking drain. Like I've been real down in my life a couple of times. Like that's rough. Those 68 hours were way worse than anything I've experienced. Okay, maybe not way worse, but it was real bad. It was really fucking bad. Dude, it took me like 2 weeks to recover as well. Oh my god, it was excruciating. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to have my sister, my little sister, she's going to sub in for me when she's not working. If I need to sleep when she's available, she's going to be working from home. She's actually coming down here for that first week. So if the subathon lasts more than a week, at least that she's going to be able to be there and do that. So I get a couple hours sleep when needed every second day or something.
To the crew.
After that, I'm just going to pause the timer when I have to sleep or something. I think that would be the best way to do it. If it lasts longer than that. So that's basically the plan. But if I can get someone to sub in for me, I'll rather do that because I'd rather have full action happening all the time. Well, it's not screw risking your health for some nerd entertainment. You see, we streamers, we have bills to pay like everyone else. So there's a lot more than just for someone else's entertainment. And a subathon, I want to make something big because it's PoE2. Like, I want to make it as big as I can make it. So I want to have some fucked up goals. So I asked my little sister, thank you so much, Loopsick, for the 34 months, by the way. I asked my little sister if she had any ideas that she would be down for with sub goals. She said that she would wax one of my legs on stream. Now, I just want to point out... that I've already done this. You see this shit? You see this? It was months ago. They're still not back. Like, bro, it's been months. You know how weird it's been to go to the store? Been to the store and it's like before now it's cold, so now I'm using long sleeve like sweatpants and whatnot or jeans, right? But like I used to go to the store in like shorts.
Welcome to the crew.
Waiting your crazy build.
Your calves are so bad you might as well call them halves. Well, you're not wrong. I haven't worked out in too long. Thanks for reminding me and telling me that in a very nice way. I appreciate that. Lazy Bitch coming in with the 8 months sub. Thanks so much, man. Wax your nose here. Anyways, one of the other goals is that she would cut my hair. Now, I know I should get a haircut. I've just been way too lazy. I got really thick hair. But she says that she's going to cut my hair on stream. And then she has had a shaving goal. And a hot tub stream. Hot chili challenge. And she's going to show up on the 13th. So it's very likely that we'll just get together and introduce her to the stream and whatnot. You guys get to know her a little better before the subathon as well. So we can already do that. So for those of you who don't know who my little sister is, she released an album a couple years back here in Sweden. Here, this is my little sister. Sorry, YouTube streams can't hear it. All right, let me change the battery in my headset. But this is my little sister. Get the fucking battery out, man. Fuck's sake. There we go. Anyways. But yeah, this is my little sister singing. So she's the one who's going to show up. Hot tub addict. I've done it once, dude. I've done it once. Anyways, we are happy with our list. We're happy with our list. So the other class is... Well, now I feel so bad. Silver's in the channel, and now I feel bad making this list. Because it's like nothing compared to what he's doing, man. All right. All right, the Huntress. Help me out, boys. Fuckboy and... What else do we have? He looks like a fuckboy. Or she. I don't know. What do we have for the Huntress? Mathil. And what else do we have? The Huntress. Spear and Shield. Spartan. I mean... Javison. Okay, so Amazon, Javelin, weapon focused, combat, ascendancy. I like that. I like that as a pretty cool idea of it. Beastmaster, I mean, then the Druid could literally be called Beastmaster. It's actually a good idea. But you think the Huntress would be a Beastmaster? Spear, melee, bow, range combo. Beast Slayer, traps on the Huntress. Ooh. We put traps and mines on the Mercenary, but maybe we do mines on the... Like we named it Bounty Hunter. Wait, is it the Huntress that's getting the mount, or is it... I thought that was a Ranger. Is that NDA for PoE2 Alpha? Yes. Yeah, I'm thinking mines on the Merc. Mount is just a skill gem, yes. That is true. It's just a skill gem, but do you think that the Huntress will have a mount as an Ascendancy? Okay, I'm down for Mercenary. Mercenary being mind focused, and Beast Hunter, trap focused. Don't have enough nets. So how about a Beast Hunter being trap focused? What's up, Gramal? Can I do, man? More spell focused somewhere? I just can't find it. What? Where does that say? Shapeshifter is definitely on Druid. Yeah. I mean, Mercenary, we put Sharpshooter for projectile base, Grenadier for the grenades and exposed to projectiles. And then we have a Bounty Hunter being like mind focused. That's what we put on the Mercenary. Kawata Druid won't be the only shapeshifter. So, and they've also said that you could shapeshift into several wild beasts, which means that we're going to have shapeshift into more than just a bear. So how about we get some sort of feline cat version shapeshifting on the Huntress then? The wolf form, yeah. So I guess the Huntress would be called Cougar. Havoc already said Cougar. Great minds think alike and all that. Wild Speaker. Honey Badger. There's no new league for 15th of November. No, there's a PoE 2. Tamer. I always get ads that there's many cougars around my town. Mine too. We must live near each other, Cinda. I don't know about that. So, okay, I'm down for a shape-shifting approach to add that to the Huntress. But butts are nice, but that's not the kind of butts we're talking about here. How would we label it? Say it is a shape-shifting focus ascendancy for like the wolf form. So we have on Druid, we have Shapeshifter and Beastmaster already. But maybe... Predator? Does this look like P. Diddy to you? No. Lycanthrope? I like the idea of calling it pack leader, wolf, summoner, and wolf, summoner, and lycanthrope shape shifting. That's what I'm thinking. And the druid in this case wouldn't be called Beastmaster. Pack leader, it would be like bear focused, shape shifting. But again, like every ascendancy will at least have 2 different fantasies to dive into. Primalist, I like that name. Yeah, Primalist. Okay. Will we have Cyan? We will not have Cyan, no. Wait, hold up. I want to listen to some Type O negative gothic pop music before Peter Steele died. Here, you get to enjoy goth pop music. Oh yeah, this is a good one. We have Black Number One. Wasn't Black Number One the first song that they ever played on Headbangers Ball on MTV like 20 years ago? I think that was the number 1 song they played, and then there was a Marilyn Manson song as well, I think. All right, where was I? Which Bone Mancer focused, as in bone-oriented abilities. Bone Storm, Bone Spike, Bone Prison, all those things. Okay, we have the Ranger. All right. A Ranger has been showcased with a mount pet skip. Maybe an ascendancy that focuses on that. Bow skill oriented focus. rewinding back to how it is in PoE1, we have Flask Finder, we have Warden. What else do we have? Concoctions. So those are like kind of the things that we would expect at least to see in the Ascendancies. Oh, tinctures. Tinctures as well. Huntress could maybe have it. Yeah, for sure. It's possible. So I think we're definitely going to have one that's focusing on just generic speed and projectiles. So what would we call a ranger then? That is focusing on that. I feel like the word marksman feel bad. Marksman doesn't really feel like a ranger. It feels more of a company man. Sharpshooter we put on the mercenary. Deadeye, all but works. Yeah, okay, I like Deadeye. Projectile-based focus. All right, so that covers that part. Robin Hood? Or you mean Hobbin Rud? You have to think about trademark here, sir. So it would have to be a Hobbin Rud. Sniper feels more like a company man job thing rather than a ranger. Herbalist Druid with tons of root theme skills and potions, maybe. Alchemist, concoctions, and tinctures. Ooh, yeah, that would cover flash finding and concoction, and tinctures would all be covered in that. Legolas, female. Somebody give this man a sub. Holy fuck, man. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Legolas. Okay. I'm getting too old for this shit. Tinctures. Plus. Oh, God. Concoctions. There we go. Fucking hell. Nature-based. I mean, this covers these and this. I think we'll see something where that is oriented around the mount pet somehow. I think we're going to have an ascendancy that actually focuses on fighting with a mount. It would be weird to me that they would have a mount skill in the game that you can support and shit, only to just have it. You don't kind of want to use it because otherwise you're gonna get knocked out of the fucking mount, kind of thing. Send that gifting Adam after. Thanks so much, dude. Thank you, man.
Seen the 1983 gifted a tier 1 sub to Adam Adapted. They have given 522
That's actually fucking crazy, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you. Kinship ascendancy for mount. Well, you got to keep in mind that something that we really haven't discussed too much is that every ascendancy that they introduce to the game should and are expected to have, at the very least, 2 different fantasies to engage with. PoE1 Necromancer has minions, corpse play caster. Elementalist has the elemental type abilities, and it has golems, right? So there's always some sort of like split on the focus of the fantasy that the Ascendancy classes provides, so that the box the Ascendancy puts the character in terms of build design is not this small, it's rather this big, right? Strider. So what, okay, so let's say that the Ascendancy has the availability of scaling mount-related skills, or and it emphasizes or doubles down on increasing the efficiency of fighting or combat, or having the combat experience on a mount. What would be the other part of that ascendancy? warrior getting a heavy cavalry, I think that would be really cool, yeah. This fucking song is so good. Same a while. I quite like the idea of having a stealth huntress. Survivalist. If mounted plus bow, something like saggy tit. I definitely misread that. Well, let's. She ain't got no saggy tits. That's for damn sure. To be fair, they gave her more. Curves than the chest flatness level 9000 plank that we play in PoE 1. Cavalier. Cavalier. Number 1. I don't think Cavalier is a good word to use for it. Cavalier is more of a warrior theme, and it also means like kind of like pompous, like duelist kind of thing. Jousting theme for mounts. Mustang. Cavalier is more melee combatant, yeah. Well, to be fair, the Deadeye could have the mount included in it. We don't have to like paint ourselves into a corner here and get stuck on the mount pet skill, because that could be part of the Deadeye. And we could have more of a ranger spear thing, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I think that the ranger is supposed to be ranged. I know, dudes. Samurai used to use bows and horseback. Yeah, I feel like mounted archer would fit the Deadeye. Plus mounted or mount skill benefits. So what do we have left? Mongols mounted archer, yeah. The Witcher. Not helping. Witchress. Okay. We're not on the Huntress. We're on the Ranger, so we're way off, sir. Ninja based on knife for sure get throwing. We're not there yet. That's like shadow stuff or duelists, right? More shadow. I don't know what the fuck to put on the Ranger. I think maybe you split the Alchemist up. Maybe Tink just goes away. Trap focus, we have that on Mercenary on Huntress. Ballista one. But do again keep in mind that Ascendancy isn't just focusing on one type of fantasy. It should at least have two. Naturalist. Poison focus, I like that. Yeah. Arcane Archer was a placeholder name in the media pack for Ranger. Was it now? Arcane Archer. And then elemental focused projectile based class. That could make sense. Actually, I'm down for that, especially if there's an Arcane Archer placeholder name in the media pack for Archer. The mount is for everybody, Havocs. I just think that I believe some classes will have ways for us to scale the mounts or make it more effective. All right, we have the Warrior. Warrior! Mystic Archer from the Dragon's Dogma game would be cool. I promised my wife to ask you if you could make, if I could make what? Damn it, I don't know how to make damn it. Nothing's confirmed, Eddie. We have no idea. We're speculating. Put it this way, guys. There's gonna be a Marauder. There's gonna be a Shadow. And there's gonna be a Duelist that we have yet to touch. Okay? So before you get ahead of yourselves, we're only on the Warrior now. Berserker is more of a warrior-based one than Duelist. What about Marauder then? Sounds good, Silver. Thanks again, man. So block and Gladiator or something. I feel like Duelist would have more like the Gladiator thing. I mean, I think like Warrior, we have a Cavalier, we have a Knight. The Black Knight minus the flesh wound. And then what else do we have? On the Warrior front. Juggernaut. Dreadnought. We also have Templar, by the way. Battlemaster. We have Bastion, Bruiser, Vanguard. Weapon Master. My wife is asking if you could do a 200 Paragon board for the Death's Mark. Death's Mark? He's enjoying it a lot. Death's Mark. Which one is Death's Mark? Do you mean Touch of Death? I mean, what I would do is I would just take off extra nodes. Make sure that all of the glyphs are enabled, Mental. Tell her to have all of the glyphs enabled and then take extra things off. For example, if she has enough resistances, she can skip this part of the tree. She can cut extra nodes, like these can go. That's like the last point she'll grab these. Extra nodes like this, you don't need this if you have enough rests on your gear later on, so those can be replaced. But basically, she wants to have all of the legendary nodes, and then she want to make sure that the glyph's secondary ability is enabled across the board. As long as you have those two things covered, which I believe should be enough to handle a 200 points Paragon board with the pathing that I have on the guide. That's basically what I would say you should do. Who the fuck's been pushing me? Some motherfucker's been pushing me. Fuck you, Alama. That also looks more Crusader. I think that's more of a Templar thing, though. Duelist, Spectre, Warrior, even considering a Warrior meant to use axes, not swords. Okay, so we have some name suggestions here, right? We have some name suggestions. Let's see. What would Ascendancies be focused on? I feel like a Warrior should have like a... Oh, anytime, Mental. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. Just let me know if you find a way to do it, because I don't want to do that right now since I'm focused on PoE. But again, get the legendary nodes, make sure all the glyphs have the bonus modifier enabled in them, and start with that. Then using like Rakanal's Wake boots helps a lot with resistances, especially if you have them with GA and then Masterwork and that shit. That basically covers resistances all the way up to tier 4. When I think Warrior, I think something with a shield. Yeah, I feel like Marauder is more of the slammy boy. Two-handed, slammy boy kind of approach. Whereas Warrior to me is more like a... It's like between Duelist and Marauder. I think somebody wrote that earlier, right? I think somebody wrote that. I think I read it. I agree with that the Warrior's in between Duelist and Marauder. And then, I mean, yeah, the artwork looks like he's got a fucking hammer, and it looks like it's an slam ability anyways. Marauder is more brute, primal rage stuff, where Warrior is forged weapon armor. That is a good take, yes. Is Marauder confirmed at all? Yes, all the base class except Scion is confirmed. From PoE 1, that's going to be in PoE 2. Crusader is more of a Templar thing. Yeah, Marauder is more tribe, brutal, primal rage. Jonathan said Marauder is fast while Warrior is stompy. Okay, so if we then go for Warrior having slam stuff, then what would be a good focus on slam? So brute, Earth Shatter, Earth Shaker, like Maroi. Maroi feels more like a Marauder thing. Ekazlam, yeah. Aftershocks, they've confirmed from one of the battle cries, though. Barbarian and Outcast. Let's settle with Earthshaker. Slam focus. Slam and stun focus. Oriented focus. Alright, whatever. I like that. I think the warrior is the hardest one. Warrior is hard. So if we have one ascendancy that is actually focusing on slam and stuns, what would the other ascendancies focusing focus on for fantasies then? Like we have yeah, warrior is hard because there's marauder and duelist, yes. Roman or Greek soldier rank, legionnaire. I like the idea of just saying knights. Yeah, I like just saying, hey, it's a knight. And it's like sword and board oriented focus. But if it's supposed to be slower and stumpy, then Juggernaut would fit the warrior. Thematically faster and warrior is a slower one. Well, you also have, the Templar is a knight, bro. Yeah, but it's more like Crusader knight, not your classical medieval knight, right? Battle Master, if there's a banner, would probably fit the warrior. That's a good take, actually. Yeah, I like that. Well, it should be faster, whereas not so much armor. The warriors focus on more defense stuff and armor. D&D player. Well, I play D&D, but it's been ages. Marauder, Barbarian, and Warrior equals Fighter. Yeah. I like the idea of just taking the fighter role here and have a Battle Master. And it's like Banner and Warcry focus. Something like that. I like that. I think that we can think about this all we want. Templar, I'm thinking Crusader, I'm thinking mana stuff, mind. I'm thinking totems, referring back to PoE 1. I'm thinking holy minions, minion type. I'm thinking healing and what else? Paladin is a really good take here. Hammered in. Yeah, flails and shit. So I think that name-wise, I'm thinking Crusader, Paladin, Cleric, Inquisitor, Hierophant, Guardian. Zealot is a really good idea as well. That's a good one. So this is basically the warrior, but with a holy theme on it. Right? That's basically it. It's just holy. It's just warrior with a holy theme. Holy diver. What is that band name again? Fuck. They were MTV. They were running around with fishnets, catching girls running around in bunny suits. Somebody help me out here. Music video, MTV. The band members were running around catching girls wearing bunny suits. Or, well, Playboy bunny outfits. Fuck. Blind Melon, no. Let's see if YouTube chat got it. No. Fuck, how did the song go? Superheroes. Ed guy. Right? Isn't it? It must be Ed guy. King of Superheroes, Ed guy. There we go. Also that King of Fools. Good song. It's actually from the Rocket Ride album. Okay, so what do we do then? And a medieval bad name I know is Grail Knight. Flail, Rage Focus. Aura-based Ascendancy. Okay, let's start with the minion stuff, because we know Guardian had minions, and we are going to expect them to have holy-based minions. So would a holy-based minion fit the idea of a Guardian again? I'm kind of down for that. But that will be the same as it is in PoE1, or similar focus. Holy-based minions. Minion focus. So I'm definitely down for that. They have Inquisitor and Hierophant, which was mana totem focused in PoE1. So I guess before we decide on a name, I think what are kind of focused themes we're looking at? Are we expecting the Templar to have totem focus again and mana stuff? Or the whole crit caster holy spell focused? Because if we see that, then pretty sure they're gonna call it an Inquisitor again. Yeah, but why would they call it a Paladin if the whole healing regen, lots of armor, holy spell is literally what the Inquisitors do in PoE1? Why not just keep doing it then? And make the PoE2 version of that still be a Inquisitor? So I think they're gonna actually keep the same Ascendancy names. I'm actually curious whether or not they're going to keep the same Ascendancy. An offshoot shoot of Inquisitor like the Sorcerer and Mercenary. Yeah, that would have to be a separate whole new class then. Yeah, I mean, they can have changes in the notes, of course, but I think the name of the Ascendancy would be the same. So I'm expecting it to look like this. This is what I'm thinking. Right? And then Inquisitor would be crit, regen, and holy spell focus. And I think that Hierophant will be mana support, totem focus again. Like, you know, just follow suit of what they've done in PoE1. That's what I actually think they'll do. Then their things might do very different things, but I think that the focus and theme of them will remain the same. totems could be on Druid. It's possible. We did not cover that though. In Druid, we said shapeshifter focus. Well, shapeshifting. And then we would have shaman be caster oriented, which could include totems. Caster oriented, maybe with totems. And primalist would be bear focus shapeshifting. But and here's the thing: now we have two different shapeshifting. We actually have to look at the Druid again. And then I'd actually do this. So we still got to fix it one more on Druid. And this would be undead, minion, and or corpse skill focus. And then occultist would be chaos focus, chaos focus. And then bone master would be bone oriented, fist damage spells. We have to go back to Druid, actually. I fucked that up. Are you from Poland? No. I am not from Poland, no. I'm born and raised in Sweden. Is it, you think I'm Polish because I play Tibia? We actually play Tibia with our stream community. You're more than welcome to join us, sir. We have a lot of people that actually are playing Tibia with us off stream. It's hilarious. Oathbreaker. Okay, so we don't have a summon focus. Plus minus beast summoner. What would we put as a third primalist? That's Druid then. Because now we're saying that shaman would be like cast oriented, maybe totem stuff in there. Primalist for bear focus, shapeshifting, and beast summons. Dude, totems is already in here. Poison and slows. So what you're saying, like witch doctor? That's kind of like where you're at. It looks pretty bulky for being a witch doctor. Grove Keeper. We don't know if they're going to be in the early access or not. Now we have no idea. I like the Grove Keeper. I like that name, Grover. Grove Keeper. And be like poison, plant, CC. Focus.
To the crew.
Something like that. Mal Beast with the 68 months. Thank you so much. Yo, Mal Beast, get your ass to LR. This is a song I was talking about before, by the way. Okay, let's move on to Marauder. So Marauder is supposed to be like, yeah, more of a speedy class, right? Quest shit now? Nice. So, Berserker, Maroi stuff. So this is more like a dual wielding Warcry, Rage. Warcry, Rage. What else do we have? So I think dual wielding and two-handers and just Speedy Gonzalez. Totems I like here as well. But, I mean, they kind of remove... No, we can't do totems because they already removed melee totems from the game. I don't think they have that. They will have that in PoE 2. They already made the conscious decision to remove that from PoE 1. Barbarian in a nutshell. Yeah, Barbarian. Good name. PoE does have melee totems. There's no buffs, yeah. Dual wield two-handed axes. Will it be another PoE announcement stream before launch 15th? Yes. Yes, they will have that. Superheroes. I forgot what game it was, but some classes had the ability to wield dual-handed weapons and single-handed weapons. There's plenty of games. Like WoW has that as well. I imagine Marauder to be more of a defense-oriented, while Warrior being a more offensive one. Apparently, the Warrior is more of a stompy, slower approach compared to Marauder, was supposed to be more of a speedy style. Is what we've been hearing. Apparently. So I think we'll see Berserker, Rage Focus, Speedy Gonzalez. Speedy boy. Not to be confused with Broke boy. I think we'll have Brute, yeah. I like the idea of a chieftain, melee totem focus. That would be more like a Berserker for bonus on Lola kind of thing. Maybe they will re-include the whole thing with Juggernaut again. And keep the name. Yeah, more defensive. You and DM doing another Tavern Talk leading up to PoE 2? I'm having a discussion at the moment about that. Juggernaut will be a warrior Ascendancy. We never put that on there. But yeah, you're right. It fits the warrior better. I mean, some sort of Maroi focus, I guess. Warcry. But I feel like that would fit the chieftain. So what kind of fantasy is lacking from the Marauder base class then? We have one that's Speedy Boy Rage focus. We have one that's Melee Totem focus. The only thing we don't have is like War Cries. I don't think we're gonna get that many more minions though. Pimp class. I don't think we're gonna see slams that much. Jonathan has said that the warrior is more slow and stompy. Yeah, I mean Moroi is kind of fitting the chieftain stuff though. So maybe some sort of barbarian approach with war cries and stuff would actually be the play then. War cry focus. Something like that is what I think we'll see. This seems more like the approach that I would expect at least. What about Shadow? We talked about Spellblade. We talked about Spell Slinger. We talked about Assassin stuff. Trickster. And then he's a Saboteur. Unless they don't call it Shadow and call it Assassin, yeah. Shadow or Rogue. Yeah, we kind of gave the Saboteur stuff to the Mercenary, though. That's true. Infiltrator. I think Assassin and then do this and have like a Shadow like this as an Ascendancy. And I think it would be something like this, which would be Spell Blade, Spell Slinger theme. Nightblade sounds awesome, actually. I definitely think Saboteur goes away simply because we gave that to the Mercenary. So what do we have left then? Cock-based. So, what other type of themes not names, but themes are we lacking here? Crit, dagger, fast, agile combat, poison maybe, poison and or bleed. So maybe a dot class like Shadow would be dot, bleed, poison theme. And then Nightblade. Would be claw, dagger, fast, agile combat theme. Something like that.
Welcome to the crew.
Ailments in general, yeah.
Just stay a while and listen, Gaz Rock.
Thank you to Sassy for the 28 months, man. I appreciate that, dude. Fast, fast, agile combat, maybe with facing. Something like that. Okay, a quick look at the top part of the file. Summon the totem and hide behind it. Flask Thor, that's more of the ranger thing. Concoctions and shit. I'm happy with the assassin, the way we set it up right now. Which means we have duelist to go. Obviously, we have gladiator. What else do we have on duelist? We have gladiator, slayer, and champion that is currently in the PV1. Master of Arms. I like that. Swashbuckler, Corsair. That's actually not a bad one. Okay, themes. Themes from a duelist. Fencer. Okay, hell. Ugh, keep yawning. What would be the themes? We have to look at that first. Like, what would be the themes of it? So, like, blocking, armor shred, armor breaking, impale. Mm-hmm. I think we already covered traps, though. It will definitely not be using a two-handed weapon, at least not thematically. Rampage, that feels more of a Marauder thing. Oh, Marauder would be more Onslaught, I guess. Okay, hell. Retaliation.
Welcome to the crew line.
Yo, what's up, GHAZZY? What's up, chat? 6 months already? Smile.
My friend Loading, thanks so much for the 6 months, man. I appreciate that, dude. Master Arms feels more of a monk thing, yeah. Let's say that I'm pretty sure we're going to have some sort of block focus because we have this race shield mechanic. So block, retaliation, which would be more of a champion thing. It would be block, retaliation, theme. I like the whole idea with the gladiator kind of thing being armor breaking, impale thing. And that literally covers that entire list. So what other kind of focuses are we lacking now, though? If we do it this way, like what kind of thematics are we missing that a duelist would thematically fit? I ordered some Elgato stuff, and I'm getting emails which says that the sender is Corsair. Is Elgato a Corsair thing? Elgato is a company underneath Corsair, yes. Pretty sure that's the case, at least. Parry. Well, retaliation is already in there. Like, what theme are we missing? I think the whole like Slayer thing could work, but I mean, then we're back to how it is in PvE1, right? Dual wield. Not really. Slayer could do that. Corsair could do that. What the hell? Attack leech. Maybe rage again. I think we're gonna see more Slayer stuff. Actually, you're gonna see. I think we're gonna see the classical stuff. Leech. Leech focus similar to PvE1. I think actually, yeah, Leech and culling. Like I think we're actually gonna see similar to what we have there because I think that they're not changing too much. I don't think they're changing too much in with these classes in terms of the thematic of them. Instead of doing that, I'm sure they're gonna do some, but they've also added other classes, like they've added the warrior, for example. A chain of the PoE 1 Ascendancy nodes for PoE 2? Yes. PoE 2 will have different stuff. So in PoE 2, for example, like the skill gems that exist in both games, but they work fundamentally differently, right? They're fundamentally different. We can start with going through the Bone Mancer here. Okay, so I'm not sure if we would call this something else. Acolyte. You want to rename the Bone Mancer? And call it Acolyte. Sure. I'm down with that. No, we never got to see the Ascendancies, but they've already made changes to skill gems, so we can only assume that they're going to do that. That they're going to do similar changes of things to Ascendancies. Are we going to get all classes plus Ascendancies in EA? I have no idea. No clue. As much that is ready for the game on EA, we're going to get. That's all I know. How much that is, no clue. Near the end of EA. Are we happy with the witch? Are we happy with the witch? I'm happy with the witch. What about the druid then? We're calling a bear focus shapeshifting and beast summoner a primalist. Then we named one shaman for cast oriented, maybe including totems. And then the third one we're calling grove keeper for poison plant CC focus. I'm kind of happy with the druid as well. I'm very happy with the druid. I'm not sure about this one though. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that primalist and shaman seems fine. The problem is, like, what other theme would fit the druid? We have a shape-shifting beast summoner, and we have a caster focus, maybe including totems there. But what other themes could we have for a druid? Herbalist for a pacifist run. Pet based already included in the primalist. Animal minions already included in the primalist. Main EA similar to Baldur's Gate 3, short EA, the full release when ready. I have no idea, Ram. We'll see on the live stream reveal they're gonna have. Yeah, I like the idea that the druid should have shape-shifting, minion, like animal pets, shaman, or like cast-oriented stuffs with totems for elemental stuffs, and some sort of nature stuff, right? And I feel like we're covering that with these approaches. Spirit-based on the druid. Thorbill lightning. I mean, shaman has caster stuff. I was split shapeshifting and beast summoner. Okay, so I'm gonna point this out. I'm gonna pause the music for this. Every single Ascendancy class in PoE1 does not have focus of one specific type of archetype or fantasy to engage with. They have a theme, they have a general theme for every Ascendancy, but you are not put in a very small box in which you're supposed to only be able to play the game in a very specific way like that. Let's take Necromancer as a great example of that. You have minions. They don't do that. They widen this box and let you also have the choice to play Necromancer for undead minions, but also for corpse-oriented skills. So you have two different kind of fantasies within the Ascendancy. Occultist would be chaos-oriented dot stuff, but there's also curse-oriented focus if you would wish to engage with that approach, right? So if I split off the Beast Summoner and only have Primalist be shape-shifting focus, now we only have one focus of that entire Ascendancy, and that goes against the general approach of Ascendancies that they've done in PoE1. Did we have a bard? No, we did not. Yeah, bone or bone blood oriented fist damage spells from the Acolyte would fit well and allow us to have those two different fantasies inside the one Ascendancy. That's a good take. I just don't know what we would do with a third Druid Ascendancy in this speculation. Like poison plant CC, sure. The shaman can have caster stuff and totem stuff. That's two different focuses there. It's good. The primalist, I think, is good. But what about Grovekeeper? Because if we do poison plant CC, okay, well, what else would there be? Earth elements or elements in general, elemental. Well, we have that potential through the shaman already. Kopi, thank you so much for the 55 months.
Gazrock 55.
Wildwood theme. Yeah, but what would that mean? Like, what kind of abilities are we looking at? I don't think chaos damage would fit the theme of a druid personally. I don't think the chaos. I don't mind the whole poison plant as long as it's nature poison plant chaos. That's fine. But you can't have dark chaos stuff, as in undead necrotic. It would have to be plant poison. And that includes decay. Huge tree man. Air, eater, earth. I mean, that kind of fits the shaman approach, though. Okay, guys, I know we love minions, but we can't shove minions in every Ascendancy. We already have minions on the Primalist with animal pets. Sure, we can. Okay, we probably can, but I don't think we're going to get that, though. So let's not set ourselves up for immediate disappointment. All right? Let's not set ourselves up for immediate disappointment. True, I know. Let's keep it this way. Monk, are we happy? Pugilist, unarmed boxing fight style, where we have different approaches of scaling or altering the idea of fighting unarmed. Then we have a Wukong or martial artist, where it's like either weapon specific focus kind of thing, where you get benefits depending on the type of weapon you're using kind of approach. And then the third one is like elemental oriented focuses of different styles through the avatar. I'm actually very happy with the monk. I think that those three fits pretty well. Yeah, avatar elemental master. Yeah, basically it's already added. That's one of the three things that we're talking about. The bender. They said they didn't really want weapon-based ascendancies. Well, what else would we do though? PoE1 is dead at the moment? Yeah, kinda. I don't think we put minions on the monk, no. Charge focus. It would have to be... That would have to replace the Wukong martial artist kind of thing in that case. And you're right, the monk has a lot of charge-oriented focuses. It would be kind of awkward not to have an ascendancy that doubles down on the idea of charge generation. What would we call that then? Hey, what would we call it? Charger. Chi Master. I like that. I like that. I like it. We can just call it Abbott. And just call it an Abbott. Could do that. More pugilist than healer. We don't necessarily have to follow D&D stuff either. Ads are about to play, so I'm going to take a quick toilet break whilst the ads are playing, and then we keep going. So, give me a second, and I will be back. I'll be right back. Enjoy the ads. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. get early access. We'll get all that information pretty soon from GGG. All right, next class, Mercenary. Are we happy with this? Yin Yang Monk, is that a certain charge, but can't acquire any other charges? Well, that's kind of like in the idea of the Abbot. Mercenary. Are we happy with this one? So the Mercenary, we've added Sharpshooter to focus more on the projectile-based attacks. You know, shotgun and the ranged shooting. And then we have a Grenadier focus, which is more about the grenades and explosive projectiles. I mean, okay, Siller, if they do similar to what they did in Fall of Oriath, which they've said they're going to do, the supporter pack to immediately get access to it is $30. We're assuming they're going to do that. And then we added a third one, being Bounty Hunter, being like mind-focused on the Merc. So the general approach of the Mercenary is to use the crossbow. So I don't think a pirate would fit well with that, no. Yeah, I like the problem is if we do traps on the Mercenary, then we don't really have anything on the Huntress for that. I actually think that maybe we don't call it a Bounty Hunter, but I definitely think that the Mercenary should have some sort of mind focus play. Maybe it's not named Bounty Hunter, but definitely feel like a mind focused or thematic Ascendancy would make sense. Tinkerer. I like that. Mind focus, mine, and then we can actually add ballista. And we actually get that in. This is speculations, Brutalis. Yeah, I think Engineer would fit better than Tinkerer. Then we get Mine and we get Ballista. That's a much better take. Good call there, Siller. Nice work. I think that fits better for the Mercenaries' third Ascendancies with these speculations, right? I'm going to move on because I'm actually happy with that. Sorry, I keep having coughs since I got a cold this weekend again. That's up to you, Thumbs. Completely up to you, man. I'm really bad at responding on YouTube chat, though. And there will be some new proxy direct method, Mines Totems. If there will be a new one, I'm not sure. What Tibia server do you play on? Going to start a new character? Been quite a few years. That's up to you, Sig10. So, my main character, you can type exclamation mark Tibia. You can actually follow that link and make your account that way. The main characters I play on Refugia, which is, it's all the information is in that command. The character I'm currently playing is a stupid little side project we decided to do. Like, I don't have time to play that much when there's like launches and shit happens. So, like, we only play on these new characters because this is a new server, which is for premium players only, called Bravoria. So we're only doing this for funsies. Basically, we're dying 24/7 and having just laughing and having a good time. But my main character that we actually play on is on Refugia. So it depends. If you actually are interested in actually starting to play with us, then I would say join on Refugia. It's an old PvE server, so it's much easier for you to make easy money on the low levels because it's like the creature products for imbuements. They're like, you can even go Swamp Trolls in Venor or Amazon Camp outside Venor as well and actually make good money and get started much easier. On this server, it's much harder to get started because it's a brand new server. Plus, we're not planning on playing on it that much. All right, moving on then. Sorceress. I think Sorceress should definitely get the base element focus on an Elementalist. I definitely think that we should see Golemancer in here. And I definitely think that the whole Arcanist with generic spell focused, like Arcane Surge, Speed, and Shield would actually make sense. Do you guys have any objections on what we've done with the Sorceress here? Yeah, I feel like this is one of those classes that we've done so far that actually feels on point. The command should say Refugia, right? Oops, can't spell. Yeah, it does say Refugia. I'm happy with the Sorceress. I'm happy. Yeah, just let me know. You can apply to the guild as well. Just let me know when you've done it, and I'll get you in. Huntress. Huntress is like the javelin kind of thing. So we added an Amazon class. Javelin weapon focus, like kind of focusing on actual attacks. Doesn't have to be weapon focused, but more like attack focused. Whereas then we added Beast Hunter, which is supposed to be more of a trap focus. Trap oriented. But then again, we end up in this attack base is easier to have different approaches. They can have different types of attack focuses to have this idea of having multiple venues the Ascendancy class presents, right? But Beast Hunter, I'm not sure. We had a pack leader where the hunters would be able to have like the lycanthrope shape-shifting and wolf summons. Tracker, I actually like that more. Tracker, trap, mark, focused. I like that a lot more. That allows us to get that second venue. One whole Ascendancy only for golems or Sork. Well, the good thing with a golem is that you can have the golem thing focused on golems doing damage or golems being buffed or amplified for the buffs they bring, which allows you to have two different focuses in it. And I think that's important, that the Ascendancies will have two different clear venues the player can take for the fantasy theme. So I like the hunters now with the tracker being better there. Herald base? We don't have a Herald base right now. Not well, kinda. Would depend. It would be more like the assassin / shadow. Alright, what about Ranger then? So what I'm thinking is that we use like a Deadeye for it, which will be focused on projectile-based attacks and mount skill benefits. And then we added Alchemist to work with tinctures, flasks, and concoctions. And then we added Arcane Aaron's Archer? What the fuck have I spelled? Arcane Archer, which is elemental focus projectile-based. So it's more like the different type of element-styled attacks. Alchemist fits Druids as well. Yes, that's very true. What about Warrior then? So Jonathan have said that the Warrior is supposed to be a little slower, stompy play. And now we added in like some sort of Earthshaker with slams and stuns being the focus of the Ascendancy. We added a Knight to be more sword and board oriented, one-handed, and the shield style. Battle Master to focus more on the banner and war cries. I'm actually kind of happy with the Warrior that we set it up. And I think Warrior was one of the harder ones because it kind of lands between the speedy version, which is supposed to be Marauder, and then the whole duelist thing, right? Most things can fit in the Druid, yes. Most things can. Juggernaut? Yeah, Juggernaut could be Knight or Juggernaut. Yeah, something like that. It's kind of the same kind of thematic approach to it. What about Templar then? Templar, we added a Guardian. And the problem I have with the Guardian is Holy Base minion focus and aura buffs, which is similar to what we have in PoE 1. Inquisitor, same thing there, crit regen and holy spells. Well, maybe not holy spell, but spell focused. And Hierophant is more like mana support totem, which is very similar to what we have in PoE 1 already. We'll see. I mean, obviously, we might be wrong on these speculations, but we'll see. I have no idea, Dino. No clue. Any RF thoughts? Well, it will work very differently in PoE2 as it will in PoE1, is what I've been told. Marauder. Rage focus, speedy boy. Chieftain, more like melee totem focus. Maybe a melee totem and Moroi style to focus stuff. And then Barbarian is like War Cry and attack focus. Neural attack focus. Moroi and fire focus then. Could be. Yeah, I see what you mean, Sailor. I would have liked to name it Paladin, personally. Like, I would have loved to name this Paladin instead of Guardian. I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. I think it just sounds better. Well, we put the wolf form on the Huntress. Not sure they will. Here's the thing. Jonathan said in the Druid showcase that you could turn int and shapeshift into several wild beasts. Right? He literally used the words several is referring to more than two, but not too many. Right? So if several is more than two, and we're kind of looking at bear, wolf. I don't know what the third would be if it actually is several, or he just used the word to make it plural. Well, he wasn't specifically referring to the Druid would only get it. He's saying that you as a player can shapeshift into several types of wild beasts. That could also mean that the shapeshifter Druid class could have, instead of having different types of it could be that the Druid itself would have a different variations of shapeshifting that you can turn into. Right? Then we added Assassin as the name instead of Shadow. And what we did was we named the class Assassin and we named an Ascendancy Shadow. So the Trickster would be more like Spellblade or Spellslinger theme. So you have one melee version, one range version, wonder version, and melee version kind of approach. So Wander, triggering spells, spell melee build, like Battle Mage Cry, stuff like that, kind of trickster. And then the other one we added was Shadow as an Ascendancy, with being dot ailment, like bleed poison theme. And then Nightblade, yeah, maybe Blade Dancer would fit better. With like facing a agile, dexterous, evasion-based claw dagger, dual wield combat style. What about holy, unholy? Well, there are definitely multiple ways we can speculate all we want, but I mean, this a lot of what we're typing down here might not even be close to reality. Yeah, I mean, the assassin could be called a rogue as well. I don't think we'll see a warlock class, even though we watched Silver XYZ's video on the warlock, which was so cool. Put the banner stuff in champion. Not saying we can't have banner there either. Night Dancer, the twerking assassin. Oh my god. Operator, yeah. I get a mercenary feel when I hear the word operator, though. Yeah, if we see a warlock class, it will definitely be more of an witch angle. Because they made the witch more like the dark summoner, or the dark caster, if you will. Merc would definitely have a stationary turret type. I mean, didn't we add that already? Mercenary, engineer, mine, and ballista focus. Duelist then. Champion, block retaliation, parry, banner theme. Gladiator being like armor breaking, impale, slayer, leech focus, similar to PV1, leech culling, rampage. Kind of like this. Fencer would be good for duelist, evade, block, crit type class. Yeah, we discussed it earlier and opted not to. I'm actually kind of happy with this list. Like, I'm happy with this list. Well, we've already added an occultist on the witch. Which already have been given occultist. We need a bard class. I don't think we'll see a bard class. A barbarian. I really hope they're gonna make an announcement on the 23rd. I'm actually gonna start the stream a little later on the 23rd. I got a IRL meeting I gotta attend to. Bard Brian would be more realistic. Announcement. Well, the thing is, on the 23rd of October, Path of Exile will have officially been out for 11 years. So they have to make some sort of post. Right? All right. Well, I feel like we're kind of done with speculating the classes. Maybe I'll make a video on this. Actually. That could be fun. I know we have... not this. What is this? People are making comment on my live streams. I didn't know people actually did that. Some paint artwork to the video too. Totally. So I wanted to check more of silver stuff today, which is this playlist. Probably start from the top here. We watched this. Is there anything else we want to cover before we do this then? Yeah, I had to make a thumbnail for Marauder Bard. A Marauder Bard. Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. I don't know about that. Wait, they're all offline. What? The hell? Where is everybody? They're probably on their mains or something. Actually, didn't they say they were doing bosses? What were they doing? Oh, they're doing bosses in 45 minutes. Yeah, I won't be able to make that. I'm busy with stream. I am busy. Bada bada boom boom boom. Cat in the middle, loads of settings around. The game reminds me of Photoshop. Oh, you mean this game? Bro, this is like... Dude, this is Tibia. It's an old game from like 1997. This is my main character. A little faster. Did I do the login reward? I did. This is my main character. Pew. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Shit. What the fuck is that? Candy Floss Elemental? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Nice teddy bear you got there. Wait, which one was it? Yeah, I got it from Ferumbras. That one? The Ferumbras Teddy? I got another one here. True Love Teddy. And I got a ship. I got a model ship in my room. Alright, whatever. Either way. So what I was thinking is there's a couple topics I wanted to tackle. Let's see, I have a list here somewhere. Here. So, I want to talk about WASD. Is it good or will it cause problems? Somebody had a link to me to like, was it WoW keybinds video? WoW keybinds guide that we watched. Was it this dude? I think this is the video we watched.
By most useful, I mean which of them is easiest to hit while moving.
Okay, this is the video we watched. So we talked about this, right? So I wanted to tackle this with you guys on stream. It's this topic here. WASD, is it good or will it cause problems? Game made for console more than KBM. So I have played Path of Exile 2 a couple of times on the mouse and keyboard, and I played it once in a couch co-op setting on controller. Here's the thing. I think melee combat will feel great no matter what you do. That's my take. I actually think melee combat will feel great no matter what you do. The way ranged combat feels is that what they've done in PoE 2 is they're allowing you to be mobile whilst casting spells. You are only ever forced to stand still when casting for certain channeling abilities. The Druid has one, the Volcano. If you channel Volcano, you will be able to target where the Volcano is gonna go when you release the button. That prevents you from moving. And there's a skill in the Witch that's called Bone Storm, which channels, and the longer you channel, you get more bone spikes flying above you, or hovering above you. When you let go, it will shoot these projectiles forward. You can move at a slower rate whilst channeling these spikes. I got 3 foot pedals, then I have buttons under my desk that I can hit with my knee, and I have buttons in my headrest that I hit too. I'm ready. What the fuck? Anyways, so the reason I mention this is that you will target directional targeting will be when you're playing on KBM where your cursor is. But if you have click to move, you will then have to click. Say I want to go to the bottom left, I will click here. But if the enemy is on the bottom or top right, I click here, then I'll move my mouse towards the enemy to target it. Oh, I gotta move again. I move my mouse to where I want to move, and then back to targeting the enemy. That is a really annoying back and forth movement with the fucking cursor all the time to play the fucking game. So when I played on a controller, you have 2 joysticks. One is for directional targeting, the other one is for moving because your character can backpedal at the same speed. And I've made the game feel as a ranged character significantly better on a controller than it did on a mouse and keyboard. But I think that if you're melee, you're not supposed to backpedal away from enemies whilst targeting them as you're shooting abilities. So my problem with the WASD, though, is actually life flask combinations. You have flask 1 through 5, but if you occupy your fingers with a S&D moving down the bottom right corner, I'm going to be honest, the only finger I have left is that my pinky finger is occupied for shift and control. That means that my ring finger can hit number 1, and hitting number 2 is fucking annoying. That means I only have 1 life flask I can hit with one of my fingers. If I want to hit 2, 3, 4, 5, I can hit 4 and 5 if I let go of D. And I can hit 2 and 3 if I let go of S, which means I cannot be strafing. I cannot be strafing whilst clicking my flask because I don't have 700 fingers. I have 5 on each hand, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. No, wait, that's 5. I have 5 fingers on this hand. It looks like Yes, I have the same amount on the other hand, it turns out. So the solution is an MMO mouse. Now, we had this conversation a few days ago. MMO mice or mouses, like they're so small. They are so small. And I have really, really big hands. That's why I never play with MMO mouses. I use either a Logitech 502, and last couple of years I'm playing on a 903. That's what I play with. And it's like, if I press the D-pad, the numpad on a mouse, on an MMO mouse, I hit 5 buttons, maybe 6 buttons. There is one, the Aerox mouse, which is a bit bigger MMO mouse. Problem with that is that it's hex grid with holes, which means you just get that hand grab all over it. And fuck that, dude. Yeah, 502 and 903 are like the best mouses ever for big hands. The problem is, the 502, you have 2 keys. Like the 502 has 2 extra keys, which is located next to the left click on the side, which are fantastic. That would help a lot. G600. Yeah, maybe this would work. It seems like it's a bit bigger. So my problem with it in general is that I don't want to play a game where I have to buy a new mouse for it to feel good to play. The shift with a thumb. Oh yeah. I forgot. There's another thumb button actually. So I think maybe what I have to do is go back to using the 502. That's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, because I've been using the 903, the wireless one, but I might actually get the wireless 502 instead, because I have the charging mats, the power mats. So maybe I'll just grab myself a 502 to get those extra keys. But then again, like, I don't get this video. This video is so weird to me because, like, in WoW it makes sense, but you can move by holding down both left and right click. You can't do that in PoE, right? So it's very different in that sense. But it's like, why are they not utilizing HY and 6? Like, why are they not using these keys? B, I agree with, but HY6, why is this not in the video? Like, do people really have that small hands? I've looked at the keypad stuff, Penderos. I don't like them. In WoW, honestly, you just use Q and E to move. Like, I can press Shift 7 without that being a problem. There's no strain on my hand to press Shift 7 on my keyboard. Like, let me show you. Like, watch this. So Shift 7. Like, I'm not straining my hand at all. If I go to 8, now I have to strain. But, like, I play like this, right? This is how I play. But I can do this very easily. That's not straining. More, that's now straining. But I can press Shift 7, no problems. That's not an issue at all. H and Y, I use these a lot when I played WoW. And I'm not straining my hands at all. Like, not even close. What present is your keyboard? Like, this is a Racer Huntsman Elite, I think it is. So I don't know, like, what the percent is or whatever the fuck that is. But, like, I have no problems pressing Shift 7 on my keyboard. And I play like this. And I can even press Shift J. And that's not an issue at all. U and J, it's a little too far for it to be comfortable. But H and Y, no problems. 6 is fine. Like, when I play WoW, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as my main skills. Shift and Control up to 6 as well. That's 18 keybinds just from that row. And then you have R, F, C, T, G, V, Y, H. I avoid B because like this feels awkward. V is easier, but that feels awkward. Past 6 gets straining for average hands. You don't use your thumb. I never liked thumb for keybinds because I always want thumb free for spacebar. And even more so in PoE 2 because the spacebar is going to be your default dodge roll key. Now, obviously, you can change that. Put that shit on C or something if you want to. But, I mean, fact remain, I'm not sure, like, how it would be in terms of comfortability for keybinds in general. Yeah, if I put a thumb on B, that means, like, I just feel like I'm going to misclick and click space. But then again, sure. I mean, I got pretty big hands. Like, I got size... what do I have? Size 14 in gloves. That the problem is size... Like, I have my winter clothing. I have this coat, but I wear black leather gloves for during Christmas times or the holiday, like the winter times. I have black leather gloves, and I had to special order them because the stores only had up to size 12, and they don't fucking fit me. Like, you know how fucking annoying that is? And I got big ass feet as well. I've got 46 and a half, depending on the brand, sometimes size 47. Size 47 to US. That is size 13 in shoes. So I have 12 and a half or 13, depending on the brand. And they don't exist in stores. Ever. You don't find them. You have to order them. $45, $47, depending on the brand, yeah. $49 and a half, that's you have the same problem, right? The problem when you go to 47 or higher, sometimes you can't even order them. I'm like, okay, dude, I'll just go to some clown shop then and get the biggest shoes they have. Fuck it, you know? It's crazy. I remember, must have been 15 years ago, I wanted to have these sneakers, like basketball sneakers that looked fucking amazing. I ordered the biggest size they had and it couldn't fit me. And they're like, no, we don't make them bigger than that. And I'm like, fuck you, piece of shit. Skate shoes, yeah. 49 and a half, they come with a red nose and a colored wig too. Fuck's sake, you're walking. You know, my dad used to call my ice hockey, like my skates when I was playing ice hockey, he called them children's graves because they were so big. Starting to remember or realize where my fucked up humor is coming from. But yeah, so that's the thing. Overestimate how many abilities you will actually use in the end game. Use a lot of random stuff in early levels in PoE 1. Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that PoE 1 is very proactive, and the more like you're expected or kind of pushed into this category of you wanting to automate your playstyle as much as possible. Whereas in PoE 2, you are playing a reactive gameplay that you will do an action based on what's happening in front of you, and the combat experience of your offensive capabilities is based around setting things up and combo skills, which means that you're going to be using a ton of different skills compared to PoE 1 from the very get-go. Skates, are you talking about the knife feats? Knife feats. Actually, you know, when I played ice hockey, I had my skates, like the shoe itself, ordered from Sweden. I had my blades imported from Canada. And I had the bottom part was custom made and manufactured in Finland. That's the skates I was using when I played ice hockey. It's pretty cool, actually. I really overestimate how many abilities you'll actually use in the in-game. But yeah, I think we're going to use a lot more than people give the credit for. Depending on the build, of course. There will be builds that uses a lot less, of course. My skills will most likely be the biggest source of multiplicative damage available. And combos will only get strong as more skills gain more links as you progress. Yeah, I mean, look at the monk, for example. If you get power charges, you will have a better effects from your skills, most of them that I've seen at least. And then there's the whole, well, you can execute and cull an enemy if they're within a certain HP threshold, which gives you a charge. Now you have more ability to use just from that alone. Do the Nordic countries compete with Canada on their hockey pride? Okay, I just want to point out that Canada has a lot of people in their country, and they have a very, 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 very talented hockey team. Always had it. Well, the thing is, both Sweden and Finland are the two best countries in hockey in the entire world, and both countries have a fraction of their inhabitants. So both Finland and Sweden have this profound pride for our hockey teams when it comes to, like, you look at the World Cups and whatnot, which is kind of crazy because we beat the living fuck out of the other countries. And the best shit ever is when Finland and Sweden meet in the finals in the World Cup. Then you'll see actual high quality hockey. Sorry, boys. That's just the truth. P1 doesn't have a thing. It is keybind combinations. Sure you do. I've took away the control keybind. I have all of my side action bars on shift. My second action bar is just shift keys. I don't like the action bar blinking all the time, so I re-keybind them away from control. Throw a lot of money at youth sports. We produce loads of young, talented players. Yeah. No, you could do it from the very start when they added the second action bar. You like playing control in PvE2? I did, yes, I did. And the main thing was I played ranged characters and caster characters, and all of them felt significantly better on a controller than they did on a KBM. Like, significantly better. Let's see. All right. The other topic I wanted to tackle, or before we end this, how many of you guys own a controller to play on? Because I didn't own one till I went to one of the LA playtests and they gave us a controller. And they gave us this PoE2 Xbox Elite controller that we got for it, right? And they have these extra trigger buttons here and beneath. So when you're playing, I have 2 extra keybinds here. Like, I actually have tried controller on Diablo 4, and that has felt really good. Because a lot of people don't have a controller. You see, I was a controller gamer like most of us when we grew up, right? And then this weird thing happened. I grew up, you know? I grew up, and suddenly I wasn't playing controller anymore. And I didn't buy a controller to play on the PC. I played on KBM. But I'll say this. After trying a controller on Diablo 4 and playing on PoE2, it's really nice. Like, really nice. Yeah. I bought one for driving in GTA 5 and never used it again after finishing the game. Biggest thing with the controller is doing everything outside of combat. So in Diablo 4, when I've been playing, I actually switch to keyboard and mouse when I do masterworking and stuff like that, and tempering. But playing, I use the controller for it now, and it's really nice. And that's because they have this seamless switching. Like, if I touch any button on the controller, the game immediately switches to controller keybinds. If I move the mouse, I immediately switch to KBM controls and keybinds. And that's really nice. And I asked Jonathan about this on the PoE 2 playtest interview that we did in LA. It's on my YouTube channel. And it is this interview. And in here, I did ask him about
something like that.
About
you probably want a specific bind for that, and you can put that anywhere, and you're likely to put on some kind of D-pad combo or something like that. And once again, those are extra binds that you're going to need, extra things that you want to do. So yeah, it sounds like a lot, but it actually really isn't when you.
So in here, I did ask about the seamless switches, and they didn't have it at the time, but it's something that I know Trevor has been saying that they definitely are looking into doing. Yeah, it's harder locked in PoE 1, correct. But isn't that because the interface itself changes as well, right? So there's a lot to it. But yeah, now I don't know. I feel like it's going to be an interesting topic when it goes through. Because I felt like melee would be able to play both very, very effectively. Whereas ranged characters, it got a bit annoying using KBM because of targeting. Your directional targeting is where your cursor is. It's not required, I don't know, but I definitely felt like it was better. Oh, Mergiani TV, what's up, dude? So I feel like the WSD just felt better to play. The other topic I want to talk about was this part here, and that's unique support gems. So in PoE 1, we actually have a stupid amount of support gems, right? And in PoE 2, we're going to be able to 6-link 12 different abilities. If you want to. You can actually 6-link 12 abilities. Pretty cool, right? But you can only use a support gem once in your entire 12 setup. So if you have GMP, only one of your 12 skills can have GMP. Because what happens in PoE 1, I'll actually show you. Let's look at a Subathon. Subathon. All right. Edwas, Malefice, Mindam, Hypo, Multi-Strike. Let's look at my Crush class. Edwas, Mindam, Malefice, Multi-Strike. It's the same fucking support gems. I'm not changing them. They're all the same. Because it's the best damage ones. I don't think Spirit is applying to temp minions, Kafka. No. Spirit is not for temp minions. It's for auras as well as minions. Not just the permanent minions. It's for the auras. Maybe it is poorly worded. All support teams are unique. All of them. Are they planning on providing any PUB-like tools first party? No idea, actually. Not on launch. You have to keep in mind that unlike PoE 1, most of the things that is in PoE 2 is all the information is available in-game. which is one of the main things that makes the game way easier for new and newer players to engage with and learn and adapt to. Doesn't that show a problem with the support gems? Well, they've tried multiple times in making support gems as balanced as possible and provide interesting, cool effects, right? And to some degree, they've added some variety, but in most cases, a lot of support gems are just completely irrelevant. They're not used. This is in PoE 1 setting. So to avoid going through that hassle of trying to balance every support gem to create this diversity, they instead opted for just making them unique. This means that build the diversity and variety will just skyrocket as a result of it. And I think that's great. Card Gamba. What's up, Creature? PoE 2 early access for everyone. Yes, but they've only said that they're going to do it similar to how they did it in Fall of Oriath. We're going to get more information soon, I hope. In Fall of Oriath, they gave access to everyone who spent $500 more throughout their lifetime in PoE. And you could also buy a supporter pack for $30 to get it. Or you could make a comment on a forum thread in which they gave out free access every hour to X amount of people every hour in that forum thread. So we don't know what they're going to do in PoE 2, but we're going to get that information on the reveal stream. And we think and are expecting to see some sort of announcement of this on the 23rd. That's on Wednesday. So I have no idea. So that's going to happen. And then we have the new spirit for reservation. So mana is not going to be reserved. Your mana is exclusively a source for you using your abilities. And instead, you have a third resource called Spirit, which is meant to be the reservation of auras as well as permanent minions. Which means that if you choose to run minions, you will then have to balance whether or not you're going to run auras or minions, whereas other players will choose auras, right? It's going to be a very interesting system to play with, which also means that minion-oriented builds are going to want to have a spirit providing modifiers from the boss drops, as well as gear like the scepter, as well as spirit reservation modifiers on the skill tree. You have a good one, Grimmalkin. I'll catch you tomorrow, man. So there's that. We don't know what happened to the Druid. They had a very short time frame in which they allowed us to see and playtest at certain events the Druid. But we have no idea what happened after that. I mean, Ascendancy get nodes for spirits. It's possible. Or maybe reduce spirit reservation from minions. Something like that. We'll see. See the class early on and nothing since. Think it was Gamescom about a year ago. True. Any information on upcoming league? Nothing yet. No. We don't know, Snorlax. We're waiting for information. I think WASD is a big problem. I think the flask issue was the biggest concern I had when playing on a ranged character. I mean, put it this way. I have played PoE 2 quite a few times now. And people say it's slower, most of the footages we've seen is super low level, or it's skill showcases that they've done. Skill showcases that they've shown. They've basically been showing skill showcases. And in those showcases, they're not looking to... In skill showcases, they're not looking to... to speed farm. They're showing the skills, how they look and operate. They're showing something tonight? Not that I know of. So there's that. And then we have side bosses. Side bosses and campaign bosses granting permanent buffs to the players with 100+ bosses. I think this is really cool. So there are side bosses in the game, and some are just part of the campaign, where when you kill it, you get a permanent buff. Like, I believe that one of the first ones in Act 1 is like, you get permanent bonus in cold resistance. I know there's one that gets +2 max spirit. So there's a lot of features that requires you to kill all of these bosses. I've been told that apparently if you don't want to go out of your way to kill all of these bosses throughout the story, you can engage them again in whatever endgame system they throw at us. And when you encounter them in that system, they will drop these permanent bonuses as well. But there's like 100+ bosses that they will have this feature for, which is really cool. Speaking of bosses and the campaign, they have a really cool system. I talked about this before. So in PoE 1, when you play through the campaign, you actually go to the point where you basically pick up blue items to vendor for the transmutation shards. And if you're lucky, you get rare items, right? And you just got to get lucky when dropping something. In PoE 2, what they've done is really cool. And you wouldn't have noticed it or thought about it unless I told you. I had no idea till Jonathan told me. In the campaign, you go to an area. You clear out the area, you move to the next one, and you move to the next one, you move to the next one, you do the quest. You consistently feel like you're getting your support skills, your active skills, your gear, flasks, and all these things. I actually feel like I'm getting everything I need to progress my character at a very, very steady flow. And that never changed. Every time I played it, I felt like I was getting what I needed to progress. Consistently. And I was like, am I being lucky? So I talked to the other streamers. So we sat down and discussed this. And we're like, everyone had the same experience. Everyone. So I talked to Jonathan about this. Try just mention you in the video. I'll look at it in a bit then. So I talked to Jonathan about this. Apparently, I'm going to pause the music for this. Apparently what they've done is if you enter an area, or this is not in every area, but let's just pretend like one of the early areas, there will be a deterministic, specific, rare monster. Not a boss or anything, just a random ass fucking rare that is guaranteed to drop XYZ items. In the early stages, that means you might drop a rare belt or a rare ring, or you drop an uncut skill gem or an uncut support skill gem that is guaranteed to drop, or specific flask from killing that rare. Great. Okay, I heard this. I was like, oh, that sounds good. But what happens if you miss this guy and you don't encounter that rare or decide to kill him as you're going through that area? If you don't, that motherfucker will show up in the next zone as well. The odds of you going through the campaign not killing those things is super low. So the game doesn't even tell you that it's happening. It's not clear. It's just that suddenly that rare you just killed dropped you that support gem. At first, I thought I was lucky, but they have enabled this system so that you are deliberately but the game itself pushes this on you so that you as a player have an extremely comfortable flow of character progression and gear progression without you noticing it. So the game just gets you these things without them telling you. I had no idea about this. And if Jonathan didn't tell me about it, I wouldn't have known. I couldn't have told that that is what was happening. And it was so good. Because what do you do in PoE 1? You want a rare belt? Act 2, stick to the right, go down the den, kill the great white beast. People don't do that. It's a waste of time. But that is how you deterministically would get those things. I think it's really cool. Because in PoE 2, they've taken a step further with these things. And presenting these to us in a very different way. And it's just natural. 1 hour ago, it's a 60-minute video. All right, let me link this video.
Almana Exiles, Talkative Try here, back with another Path of Exile 2 video. And in the past few weeks, everything has been quite quiet on the Path of Exile 2 news front, unless you've been paying attention to Discord and a few murmurings from a certain developer that we all know and love. He's been confirming some mechanical changes, and there's been a few things that
Wait. Did he fix his cables? Thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, thank God. I was going crazy. Bro, I was going so crazy. So this is how his cable looked in his previous video. And now I was getting so angry with him. I told him several times, you gotta fucking fix this shit. You cannot have your cable just resting on this. You cannot do this. They don't. But he's actually fixed it. So I'm gonna type this. Thank God you fixed the cable on the mic arm. There we go. Good shit. Because that was driving me crazy.
Things that I have revisited from past developer talks, such as ExileCon 2023, that I really wanted to bring back to the forefront as we approach Path of Exile 2's early access, which launches on November 15th. There's going to be a lot of stuff upcoming. Super excited for it. Glad to be here. Let's talk some Path of Exile 2. First up, we have a fiery mechanical change from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. For those of you who don't know, currently in Path of Exile 1, chaos damage completely bypasses energy shield, which is like an extra form of life on top of your life that you can gain from armor, the passive skill tree, and a few other areas of the game. Well, in Path of Exile 2, that's no longer the case. It has been confirmed due to looking at some hovering over tooltips in Path of Exile 2 demos from the Tokyo Game Show, from the recent Brazil Game Show, that now chaos damage does twice as much damage to energy shield. It does not bypass it entirely. Instead, two other things bypass energy shield entirely, and those are two damaging ailments in bleed and poison. They completely bypass energy shield. Now, what are these two things? Well, bleed is essentially damage over time that is scaled from...
I haven't seen a YouTube channel as this kind of vid quality of the game. Putting me to shame here? What's happening? What is happening? Here's 2.5 hours of active gameplay. 2.5 hours of Witch and Warrior for you. Come on, man.
Physical damage, and poison is damage over time that is scaled with chaos damage. But it looks like in Path of Exile 2, they are a little bit more distinct, meaning that the chaos damage inflicted by a poison is going to bypass your energy shield. Same with bleed. Physical damage isn't going to bypass energy shield, but physical damage over time in the form of bleed will bypass energy shield. This is certainly going to change up some defensive structuring of your characters once we get into the actual game, and it's something that's going to be very jarring for Path of Exile 1 players hopping into Path of Exile 2. Next.
It's so funny when I look at this area, these corridors, or hallways, if you want to call it, these bridges, they remind me so much of Maggot Lair in D2, and I hate it. But it looks like minions are actually able to walk past and actually be able to fight. Because Maggot Lair was the most painful experience ever playing D2 as a minion player.
Is a very short one, and that's the fact that curse activations have a delay of about 2 to 2.5 seconds with very strong effects. Once again, in Path of Exile 1, curses are instantaneous, but in Path of Exile 2, you're going to cast said curse as a baseline, and then its effect will happen on your foes. No instantaneous stuff here. However, that does leave the opening for support gems or ascendancies to change that mechanic up a little bit. Before we continue, make sure you hit the like button if you end up liking this video and to subscribe to Talk and Try for all the Path of Exile 2 news, content, and beyond. I'm going to go really hard in November, and I'm just so excited. I would love to have you on this journey with me. Thank you for the consideration and the support. Now I just really briefly want to talk about stuns and freezes and other crowd control effects, specifically on bosses, as I've been watching the Path of Exile 2 ExileCon talks from 2023, and the way that stuns work on bosses is kind of fascinating, and people might be forgetting this. So right now there's basically a break bar or a stagger bar on bosses that you can...
So what he's referring to is the bar up here. This is similar to what they've done in Diablo 4 when it comes to stagger a boss, where they become fully crowd controlled and immobile, it was stunned, if you will, when this bar fills, and every time you fill it, it's supposed to be harder to fill it again. That's basically the gist of it, and this is why CC builds or CC abilities is actually a good thing to utilize in your builds to provide this stagger on bosses in general.
Can build up onto them, and once you hit that maximum, the boss will become stunned. Now here's the difference between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Mainly, it's the fact that bosses in Path of Exile 2 have specific heavy stun windows. What do I mean by this? Well, one boss might have a 2-second heavy stun window. So when you hit that maximum, they're stunned for 2 seconds. They have a unique animation and everything. Well, another boss, let's say Krutog, the Lord of Kim, that giant in the volcano that's ruling over the goblins, he will have a 6-second stun once you heavy stun him. That's kind of wild. And that's going to reward player knowledge when you're fighting these bosses and you know, okay, if I get a heavy stun on this guy, he's going to be stunned for 6 seconds and I can unload all this damage on him. I'm going to have a lot of free time to recover or deal that damage. Whereas another boss is only stunned for like 2 seconds. There's also wiggle room at Endgame too for grinding your games to maybe swap this up a bit. We've already heard how they're going to change Endgame bosses a bit from maps. They're going to be the same bosses in the campaign as in maps, but altered, meaning they can have abilities like Draven's projectile slash ability, where he slashes his sword and shoots a bunch of projectiles in a shotgun spray out at you. Well, that only occurs pretty rarely in the fight right now. At Endgame, when you fight Endgame Draven, he could be using that attack, you know, every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds, just spraying projectiles everywhere, which would be absolutely phenomenal and wild. They can do the same sort of playing with stuns in Path of Exile 2 at Endgame for bosses. One boss might get stunned for 6 seconds during the campaign, Krutog, or at Endgame, oh my gosh, you stun him and he's only stunned for 2.5 seconds. That's a big change in a boss fight. Believe me, especially when you're likely going to have a skill, one of your base 9 skills, that is likely going to be dedicated to slowly bringing down that stagger bar and making sure those bosses are stunned. Now, as far as I'm aware, freeze works a little bit differently. Freeze is related but not related to the stunning because it has a separate build up on the bar itself. You can actually see in a lot of gameplay footage where you're working on freezing a boss that it will have a little icon under the boss health bar, and it will be 17%, 23%.
This one here he's talking about right now.
3%, 30% as you're building up to that freeze. And once you hit 100, yes, you have freezed the boss entirely. Now, with this, it starts to decay over time if you stop dealing damage that grows that freeze, okay? I don't know, and please correct me in the comments or educate me in the comments, if heavy stun and freeze are one in the same.
One more thing to point out when he's fighting this boss. Look at this damage number up here. This damage number is what they've included in PoE2. We don't have damage numbers in PoE1. So this is in the top right corner of bosses when you're fighting them. It's not your DPS, but it shows you how much damage you have dealt. This boss has 13,500 HP. And I know that because we watched this footage from the Tokyo gameplay, and he hits 13,500 when this boss is dead. So 13,500 HP. So you see the amount of damage you've done up here. It's pretty cool. It's a neat little small window without it being
grows that freeze. Okay?
Without that being, you know, the way we see in Diablo 4, where we see trillions, hundreds of trillions of damage smack up on the screen, and the way Diablo 4 solved it now in the latest patch they announced or pushed out a couple of days ago, where instead of showing hundreds of millions, it will now say 100T, like they did in Diablo 3.
Okay. I don't know, and please correct me in the comments or educate me in the comments if heavy stun and freeze are one and the same. It doesn't look like they are. They might be, but I don't think they are. I think they're separate mechanics here. I think freezes contribute to heavy stuns, but you can also freeze a boss before heavy stunning. Again,
Watch this. You see that minion right there? And that minion? How they look different from that minion? So essentially, he's using contagion, and when the enemy dies with contagion on them, and they get raised up as a corpse because from the corpse itself is still purple. You can see it in this unit there. That's a corpse that has the chaos damage over time on it. If you raise that corpse to be a minion, in this case, these are from the unearth abilities, as the bone constructs. They will actually reapply that damage over time from contagion when they hit an enemy, because that minion is summoned from a corpse that had that effect on them. It's actually really cool.
Heavy stunning. Again, I'm trying to learn the mechanics of Path of Exile 2 as best I can so I can become a mechanical mastermind, and I've tried to ingest a lot of data from many different sources, but I'm not the greatest at it in Path of Exile 1, and right now I'm not the best at it in Path of Exile 2. So I'm asking for your help. Thank you. Here's a little addition to descriptions to skills and passives in Path of Exile 2 that's really cool to hear about. It's the fact that nearby is never stated in isolation anymore. The exact radius or area in meters that a specific skill or passive affects monsters or yourself will always be stated. You're never just going to see nearby and think, oh, well, what do you mean nearby what? Nearby 4 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, 12 meters? It's always been a meter.
So this is another one of those situations where they are specifically making sure that the newer players will understand the game fully by just looking at the information provided in game. And I think this is just one small thing, but there's so many of them that just separates themselves to make PoE 2 such a higher quality game compared to PoE 1.
Meme in Path of Exile 1 that the definition of nearby has a Wikipedia page on
the
Path of Exile.
Look at the army of these minions being affected by the contagion. As they are moving up, they will do the contagion damage over time on hits.
One wiki.
Beautiful.
That could be a dissertation. Well, that's not the fact anymore in Path of Exile 2 because nearby is being used in its actual English definition, just meaning, oh, around this area, right? And then you're going to have the exact amount in game. Well, somebody brought up a really good point. How about, if you hover over the skill, it shows you the radius that it's actually affecting, the area that it's actually affecting around your character or around the target, right? Kind of like in Dota 2, you can do that. The developer who's sharing this information, Viperesque, said, oh, well, that's not happening now, but, that's a good idea and it could happen in the future. So maybe we'll get a quality of life update spurred by that Discord user far, far in the future. It's a good idea. Here's something that is massive for minion players and just all players in general because it shows that Grind Your Games is putting in the extra effort. In Path of Exile 2, minion stats and skills are viewable in the game itself. That's right, you don't need to go to an external source to find out this information anymore in Path of Exile 2. You can view it all in the game. Now, upon early access launch, because you can turn every single monster in the game into a Spectre, the Spectre information is going to be a little bit of, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be imperfect to launch the early access, but eventually it's going to be perfect and you can view all that info in game about your minions. Big win for minion players who have been relying on external wikis and the like for so long. GHAZZY is probably very excited. Here's a little note about passive block chance while active blocking. So for those of you who don't know, if you're wielding a shield in Path of Exile 2, you get a skill that allows you to raise your shield up and active block everything from the front where you're holding that shield up. Well, passive block is still in Path of Exile 2. And while you're holding that shield up from all other directions, meaning your left, your right, and from behind you, your passive block chance is still activated. You don't.
I actually want to point out a thing that I saw in one of the playtests with the raising the shield thing. There is an enemy, a skeletal enemy, that does this when he charges up to you. And if you shoot projectiles at him, he reflects the projectiles back at you. And it hurts. So there's a lot of cool things. That also tells me that maybe there will be ways for us to have raising a shield that has the effect of us being able to reflect projectiles back to enemies. So I don't know. It's a cool thing, though.
don't have to worry about that going away while you're holding up your shield. It's something that people were speculating about perhaps not being in the game, but passive block is staying in PoE2, and it works while you're active blocking. Two more mechanic focused things, and then we're going to get into something a little bit different. First is dual wielding in Path of Exile 2. We've seen almost nothing about it, but we did just get a quote when someone said, well, is Path of Exile 2 dual wielding going to actually be viable? You know, because in Path of Exile 1, hearing it from me, it's not great. I love my Cleave of Rage, but it's almost the only thing that really works dual wielding in Path of Exile 1. Otherwise, you should just be wielding a two-handed weapon, or you should be wielding a shield. Well, in Path of Exile 2, a dev, Viperesque, has stated, quote, they are taking a slightly different approach to PoE 1, but we haven't shown it off yet, so you'll have to wait and see. And then the eye emoji. Ooh, Viperesque, you are the master teaser at this point.
That's true.
You are the one that's letting out all these little drips of information.
I want to point out, Viperesque is the #1 dev that I talked to from at the GG office that gives as much shit about minions as myself. Like, I just want to point out, most things we see that has been fixed or commented on has actually gone through Viper. And he is phenomenal. It's one of my favorite devs at the office. And the only downside when it comes to Viper is that they locked him out of PoE 1. So he's fantastic. And they put him entirely on the work duty of working on PoE 2. So that happened. And it's been really frustrating. But that's not on him, though. But so he's working exclusively on PoE 2. However, that does make me feel like the stuff that we're going to get in PoE 2, if Viperesque has touched it, it's going to be amazing.
Information that we're picking up and we're running with it. What does this mean? Well, it means that dual wielding in Path of Exile 2 is going to be completely different than in Path of Exile 1, and it's going to be way better. Right? No, not exactly. It just means that they're obviously putting the love and care and effort into designing dual wielding in PoE 2, as they've done with the minion archetype and the witch, as they've done right now with the slams, as they've done with spells and the sorceress, as they've done with crossbows and the mercenary. They're going to do that same sort of design with dual wielding in PoE 2, making sure it's that top quality stuff. Very excited to see what they've been cooking. And building on that, we all remember the giant blood node, the keystone that we saw at the Tokyo Game Show that basically said, hey, now you can dual wield two-handed weapons, or you can treat two-handed weapons as if they were one-handed. And we all said, oh my gosh, this totally means that you'll be able to dual wield them. You'll probably be able to dual wield a two-handed sword with another two-handed sword, or you can use a two-handed sword and a shield, right? Well, Viperesque coming in with the anti-tease here. He said, Giant Blood's wording has always been wrong. I feel like that's just a placeholder description that made it out, and that's all I will say on the matter.
Sorry.
Oh, now because he said that, I'm not going to further speculate as to not disappoint myself, but something is different with Giant Blood. We don't know what it is. Perhaps he's just meaning the technicalities behind it are wrong, saying, quarterstaffs, which are definitely two-handed weapons, maybe they can't be wielded. Maybe it's missing some of those disclaimers in there. We don't know. Hopefully we'll find out on November 15th. Hopefully Giant Blood is a keystone and we'll get to play with it in game once we can path all the way to it. I know that a lot of people will instantly be getting in game and trying out all these wacky keystones that are in the game now. Okay, here's another interesting tidbit from Viperesque, but it's not to do with mechanics. He claimed when people were talking about the Path of Exile 2 closed beta and its difficulty and people struggling with PoE 2 and something that we've talked about a little bit on this channel as of late, that old PoE 1 players had a harder time in the closed beta testing than totally new PoE 2 players until recently. And he wasn't going to publicly speculate on why this was. What does this mean? Did they make some massive change in the second or third round of testing? Or
I can tell you. The very first iteration of playtesting we had was on ExileCon. We got to play parts of Act 1 and fight the Devourer. They deliberately... they knew there was only going to be actual PoE veteran players at ExileCon. So what they did was that they drastically increased the difficulty of this segment of gameplay. I think I died 25 give or take times to Devour before I beat it. It was pure pain and misery hard. It was so hard. And then the first playtest in LA, it was mouse and keyboard single player. I did it without problems. Just do the mechanics and you're good. And then the second playtest I did in couch co-op, and I had a friend with me who has never played games in many years before I forced him to do this, and we died once. So obviously balance things is happening, but I do remember the first iterations where the game was only playable by actual PoE veteran players. They deliberately made it so much harder for us. I also think that a part of that reason had to do with the fact that if they had it much harder, since they only had a very limited content frame for us to engage with, if it was harder, we would spend a little bit more time trying to beat this difficulty. So I think there's a lot of reasons behind it, but it's definitely feeling way more balanced last times I've played PoE2.
I don't know what he means by this. It's very difficult to think about, like, what could they have changed that would make Path of Exile 1 players more accustomed Path of Exile 2? Could people be right? I don't think they're right on this, but could people be right? Could they be downing the difficulty levels of Path of Exile 2 based on Path of Exile 1 player feedback? I really don't think that's the case. I'm wondering if maybe they upped the amount of loot that was dropping to be more in line with Path of Exile 1.
So I mentioned this earlier in the stream. The gear progression feels significantly better, and part of that was that I mentioned before, something that I wouldn't have noticed if Jonathan didn't tell me, and that is the idea that if you enter an area, there would be a guaranteed drop of specific items in that zone from a specific rare item, not a boss or anything. You wouldn't even be able to tell. And you couldn't tell, you wouldn't know unless you were told and that you knew this was happening. A random rare in the area will have a guaranteed drop of certain items. So in the start, that would be an uncut support gem or an uncut skill gem, a specific type of flask or a level type of flask to get you that progression to upgrade your gear in a smooth transitional way as you were progressing the game. If you didn't kill that random rare that did this, that random rare guaranteed drop would then exist in your next zone. So the odds of you going through the campaign not encountering these rares to get those guaranteed drops was so small. And I thought I was getting lucky, but as I played PoE2 quite a few times now, every time I played it, my gear progression and my character's power progression felt so good that I felt like I had the tools I needed for the next coming challenges. And I asked Jonathan about this, and that's when he told me that that's actually what they've done without the game telling you that they're doing it. And that just gives you the sense and the feeling that this is actually really good loot design. And all they've done was guarantee this guy, random rare, to give you this. And if you miss it, he's going to be in the next zone to make sure you actually will get it. I think it's really cool.
So you weren't struggling to get full gear by the time you were fighting the Act 1 boss or something like that.
Only one to my
I
knowledge.
do know that the Executioner was a boss fight that they wanted to look at and perhaps lower the difficulty on from talking with some developers at the various events. Lots of people were struggling on it. I don't know if they actually did that. I know they are changing all the fights constantly. I don't know if they brought down his difficulty level though. I think they were pleased with almost every other boss that has been showcased in the various gameplay demos and showcases. So, really wonder what it could be. Once again, speculate below wildly about why Path of Exile 1 players would suddenly become better Path of Exile 2 players. Maybe they just played longer. I don't know. Let me know below. And then here's just a PoE2 lore thing. So I was looking around concept art and I found this wonderful piece right here of this wicked looking dude with a wild looking child on his shoulder, on his back. And then when I was re-watching the Path of Exile 2 Trailer 3 that came out during ExileCon 2023, I noticed that that same child is sitting there in that cutscene when the Countess is berating the witch. And that person who the child is riding on has a dagger to the neck of the witch. Who is this?
Bro, that ain't no goddamn dagger, Try. How... That's not a dagger, Try. Bro, that is a two-handed weapon based on the fucking size of the handle. That ain't no dagger. God damn.
of the witch. Who is this child? Why is this dress so elaborate? Why have we not seen anything about this child or about this particular scene ever since?
Can't believe he
2023?
spotted this.
What is Grinding Gear Games hiding from us?
It's
Is
a
this
two-handed
an
dagger.
early
Oh,
on
four-handed
cutscene
dagger.
before we are even hung?
Hey, what's up, Try?
Is this a cutscene in Act 5?
Ain't no
or Act
dagger, man.
6? Will Path of Exile 2 have cutscenes? We don't know, and the wait is killing me, but we are only 20.
Try, see the chat saying it's a dagger, bro. It's not a dagger. What the fuck are you smoking?
5 days away, my fellow exiles. The early access starts on November 15th. I have a ton of content planned on this channel, including live streams with the likes of Zizzarin, Rax and Trax, Gavrin, and many, many, many more people, maybe even some surprises there in store too. I'm going to have lots of videos coming out on YouTube, live streams every single day of November on Twitch and on my second YouTube channel, going to be involving the community, going to be doing some wild stuff. And the announcement for the live stream should be coming very, very soon.
I expect the live stream announcement will happen on Wednesday, 23rd of October. Simply because 23rd of October marks the date that PoE launched their official game launch 11 years ago. So I'm expecting them to make some sort of announcement post in which they'll announce a date for the reveal stream. That's my take. That's just speculations, but I think that's going to happen.
People are speculating that it could happen on the 11th anniversary of Path of Exile 2 releasing, which would be October 23rd. That is just 2 days away. That's Wednesday, my time. I think that we're going to get a teaser on the 24th, Thursday, or Friday, the 25th. And the live stream, not going to be Halloween, going to be November 1st. Friday, November 1st is the live stream. That is my guess. Let me know in the comments if you think I am right. So excited, everybody. We are finally so close to the promised land. The countdown's been fun. I just bought a new monitor specifically for Path of Exile 2's launch. Very excited to play. I hope all of you are as well. Make sure if you liked the video to hit the like button and to subscribe to the channel for more Path of Exile 2 content, my fellow exiles. Oh,
I've already
goodness,
clicked
we're
the
so
like
close.
button.
I'll see you
And
in the
I've
next
already
one.
subscribed.
Have a wonderful day. Hella hurrah.
Good video, Try. Here's the video I just watched, boys. Go give him a subscription and like the video. Don't forget to leave a comment. It helps the algorithm. You heard me. All right. Yeah, I'm probably logged out of here, aren't I? Yes, I am. Bruh. Like, great minds and all that, I guess. How much does that cost? $530. I got $490. All right. BAT is looking good. Oh, yeah, for sure. What the fuck, Tibia? Bro, we play Tibia off stream with the boys. We have like, I think we have just over 100 players actually playing, but I think that the people that I know is from our community, it's like 30. Well, that woke me up. Whew, good morning. We have like 35 give or take players that are actively playing. You can type exclamation mark Tibia and join us, dude. Played that game in 2004. Yeah, it came out in 97. I know, if you want to join us, feel free to. We got plenty of people playing. We even have a fucking guild and everything. If you do decide to join, we have a Discord channel called Tibia in the Discord server. Just make sure you apply to the guild, let me know there, and join us. This is a shit character on a new server we made just for funsies, but my main is on a Refugi. It's an old PvE server. So you just chill and play and have a good time, and it's really nice. Yo, Try, have you seen this, by the way? The skull system? Yeah, we don't play the PvP servers. Try, have you seen this? There's a silver guy. So Tibia posts 2 yearly major updates every year. Every year they post 2 major updates. It's a winter update and a summer update. With new content consistently. Like the highest level players in the world. What are they? It's actually pretty cool. What do you see? Tibia high scores experience. Look at this. These two, Gorasa and Bobek, these two are married. It's a married couple. I believe they're from Poland. Bro, they're level 2,681. What the fuck? And this guy is a Brazilian player, I think, on Enabra that beat them last year, I think. But those two have been the highest level players in a very long time in this game. Yeah, I think this guy is a Brazilian player. He's a Druid, level 2,701. Like, what the fuck, man? That is so cool. Yeah, these two are married. They met in Tibia, and they married, and have been the highest level players in a very long time in this game. It's actually really cool. Actually really cool. My character is... this is my character. I'm level 507. So this is my character. We play this with this off stream with our communities. If anybody wants to join, you're more than welcome to. Talk about an echo chamber played as one game for 20 years. It's pretty cool. It's really cool. Yeah, we're playing. We're playing on a PvE server. It's an old server as well. So if you want to join us, you can even the low level areas. You can make a lot of currency, like make a lot of gold in those areas because of the creature products and imbues and stuff. This guy's great. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I watched the Warlock one. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So I watched that. So I want to watch some more of these. Played Antica when he was 1 month old. PvE. We don't do the PvP server. We want to play. We have a lot of new players that's never played the game. Like, I'm very fresh on Tibia myself because I only played, 15, 20 years ago. I played 20 years ago. I played a little bit. And then we played with our community on stream 5 years ago, 4 years ago. PvE servers filled with bots. Very, very limited and very few bots available that you see these days. And they get banned quite fast these days. Back in the day, they were everywhere. But yeah, like 4 or 5 years ago, we played. I got to level 120. And then it kind of died off because I couldn't play. Most of it couldn't play because we were so busy with PoE stuff back then. With launches and whatnot, and then we decided to pick it back up now. So now we're actually just playing it whenever I have time off stream. Like right now, I'm just waiting for PoE 2. I'll play Torchlight Infinite on Friday. I'll play some Diablo 4 in the meantime, and wait for PoE 2. That's basically all we're doing. And right now, I'm just going through all things PoE 2 on the stream and updating my D4 guides and stuff like that. And then it's like we're just playing Tibia on the off stream with the community and having a really good time. So if you want to join, just type exclamation mark Tibia and tag in. Let me know if you apply to the guild. You can just type in the Tibia channel in the Discord server. It's really nice. So I want to watch these, but it's a lot of videos and they're pretty long. I mean, this is hours of content. There's a lot of content here, boys.
Welcome to the
These are
29 months. I've been subbed to you for longer than my last relationship, Kek.
Well, appreciate that, not your entry. Appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you, man. Play with Bubble at first 200 on Tika. Yeah, that's a long time ago. They had this door. There was a door you could only enter when you were level 999. It was like super hyped up, right? Now there's a new door that's for level 9,999, and that's gonna take it's gonna take people a decade before they get there, if not longer. Near lit. If you like shapeshifters, well, I was thinking of going through all of them. What do you guys think? Should I watch all of these? Maybe make some reactional content? React Andy? Is that it? This is the YouTuber. He was in the channel earlier. Dropped his sub in here as well. So give him a sub. They're all pretty good. I was thinking we would watch them. Do some React content. Fill the card to 15 somehow. Yeah. All right, boys, let's do it. Let's watch the first one. Holy holy fuck, that's loud. All right, so I guess we're joining the whole React Andy thing. Actually, give me a second. So Silver's okay with it. Yeah, I was in here earlier. I was talking to him. Not sure if we'll post I'm not sure if we'll post the fan-made stuff on YouTube though. Yo, try. I'll probably post a reaction to your video if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm not sure about posting this, but probably make the reaction video on the on your video for sure. Nothing better to do anyway. Playing Factorio Space Age and listen to you. And wait one day. I have another video that's being posted today. I have another video being posted today. It wouldn't be till tomorrow early. It's probably the day after. All right. So I'm going to watch these. And if there's something that's good that we can maybe post on YouTube, then we'll do that. But for now, I want to watch these because they're really fucking well made. So essentially, this guy, Silver XYC, was in the channel earlier. Fantastic dude. We watched the Warlock video they made, that he made, and it's actually really cool. And I haven't seen the others. So I want to watch these, and we'll see. Maybe we'll post something to YouTube. Maybe. But just a maybe. I want to watch this with you guys either way. This is a 38-minute video, though, so you guys strap in. This is Ascendancy designed for the Martialist Monk class fan-made. So again, pointing out, this is not what's going to be in the game. This is a fan-made version of some speculative approaches to it.
Like many of you, I came away from ExileCon this year incredibly excited, pumped, just super hyped about what they were showing. We saw tons of gameplay of PoE 2, and we also saw some surprising smaller changes.
The topic of gold.
So currently we don't have a crafting bench in PoE 2.
The wells that were placed in various towns.
Die, Quicksilver. Yeah, that's controversial.
Though overall, the trailer showed some pretty ambitious statements about what GGG's sequel had in store for us, including 100 environments, 600 monsters, 100 bosses, more skills than you can shake a stick at, and plenty more. But what has inspired me to make this video is 36 new Ascendancy classes. Our 6 tried and tested returning classes from PoE 1,
hello, darkness, my old friend.
and our 6 brand new classes, each getting their own 3 Ascendancies.
All the new classes have 3 Ascendancies.
Yes. Yes.
None shared between different class variants.
No.
Well, that feels amazing.
In the quiet months since ExileCon, that question...
Bro, this is so good. I'm going to fill my energy drink. We got to watch this. I'll be back in a second. This is gonna be good, boys. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Gonna fill my energy drink up. And then we're gonna do this. By the way, this is the limited GHAZZY TV Summoner Shaker. There's like 35 of them left, I think. Last I checked. 35 or 36 of them left. Gonna shake it and make some runes in this game. There we go. We're good to go. Let's do this.
Around what the Ascendancies could look like. Got me thinking a little bit, and then it got me drawing, and slowly but surely something started to come together that hopefully is coherent enough now to share with you. Over that weekend we saw a ton of gameplay footage of the monk. It led the demo, and we got to see what GGG were trying to create and trying to get across with this class theme. Now the class fantasy of the monk is prevalent throughout our culture, east and west. The rich history of the warrior, monk, martial artist archetype is where we're going to venture for our first Ascendancy, a Ascendancy class that I'm calling the Martialist.
This guy is fantastic, by the way. If you haven't subscribed to him, you should already.
So, as you can see, here is the passive skill tree. I've definitely taken inspiration here from PoE 1, of course, but also inspired by some of the presentation, but also the design ideas that we'll talk about later in the 2019 ExileCon Ascendancy talk. A fairly simple skill tree to start with. We've got 4 branches, each of them containing 2 major nodes and 2 minor nodes. I wanted to kind of keep myself within the class fantasy and to keep myself kind of focused on what I'm trying to achieve with this Ascendancy. I wanted to create themes for each of the branches. So if you...
So before we go into this, I just want to underline again, this is not what's going to be in PoE 2. This is fan-made by Silver XYC. I watched one of his videos before watching this one, and it was really well made. And I'm actually quite excited to see what he has in store for this, because it's really cool things. But one thing to point out is that the general tone of Ascendancy classes in PoE, at least in PoE 1, has always been to have a general arcing theme of the Ascendancy, and then having different types of thematic approaches that changes the fantasy style. And a prime example of this would be looking at the Witch in PoE 1. The Necromancer class has access to a minion-oriented, focused thematic nodes on that Ascendancy, but it also offers you the option to play with corpse skills, which means that if you choose to play a Necromancer, you're not just playing a minion build just because you chose a Necromancer. You have different venues to take inside the class, or the class Ascendancy. Same thing with like Occultist has a lot of chaos-oriented dot stuff, for example, that you can focus on. It also has some cold-oriented features, but also a lot of heavy focus on curses. So every Ascendancy class seems to have at the very least 2 different venues the player can choose from to feature or cater to their fantasy playstyle that they're looking to play. So I'm actually very curious to see what he's done with these early classes, because the one I watched is a later made one, which was the Warlock, which had a couple of different thematic approaches to it as well.
Take a look. First, we've got flow on the left-hand side. Up north, we've got momentum, we've got motion, and finally down the bottom, we've got technique. So if we take a look at the first of these branches, flow, come into the first node, we've got flow. So each time you dodge an attack, either passively or via roll, you gain 1 stack of flow, max of 10 stacks. Upon reaching maximum stacks, lose flow over 5 seconds. You cannot gain flow whilst losing flow. Each stack of flow grants attack and spell dodge and 2% action speed. What I really wanted to try and achieve with this initial node was thematically this idea that you're weaving through combat, you're knowing when to strike, when to pull back, and it's actively rewarding with a bonus your ability to dodge. So there's passive dodging in PoE 2, of course, and then there's active dodge roll. And if you get that right, you can gain quite a lot of stacks quite quickly. As you gain stacks, your ability to then gain more stacks increases. So we're kind of building up this flow into gaining our buff, and then once we hit maximum stacks, we then slowly start to lose our stacks. So this is creating this kind of nice ebb and flow cadence of increasing speed that we can utilize, but then also when we're losing it, it's not just a static loss, so it doesn't feel too punishing. Otherwise all you would do is try and stay at 9 stacks all the time, right? This kind of takes a lot of inspiration from the elusive mechanic in PoE 1.
Yeah.
Elusive gives you movement speed and dodge chance, very similar to this. The difference is it doesn't give you the action speed. And I think it's the same thing. So you lose 20% effectiveness per second.
Like, I've never been a fan of pending buffs. We've had that from the Elementalist, for example, or there's some other features in PoE 1 where you have a certain effector buffed during a window of time, and then after that window is gone, you have either something else or no buffs, and then you get back the buff after a certain amount of time. I never personally liked those things at all.
So
never been a fan
there's
of
no
this.
other mechanics like that in PoE 1, and I wanted to kind of bring that in, make it quite a unique thing for the Martialist class.
Aspect has that.
Yeah, I think it's also
That and
something
Avian.
that you will feel. One of the big issues with PoE 1 is we'll cap out our dodge chance or we'll cap out our block chance, but we never really feel the impact of that. It's just this passive defensive layer, so it doesn't really feel like when we're dodging a lot, it doesn't really feel like we're gaining anything from that. We're just a character that doesn't get hit often, and then we get one shot. Right. So yeah, that's our first node flow. And then coming to our second node in this branch, the end of this branch, we've got our first trio node. Now I'll sort of talk a little bit about this later in the video if you want to deep dive into that, my thinking around it. But this was directly lifted from ExileCon 2019, the Ascendancy class presentation. There was a couple of examples of these nodes where by picking one of the nodes, you then take that boon and then you lock out the other two. I just think the design of this is brilliant.
We have this available in PoE 1 through the Scion. You choose a class node, and you choose which one of the ascendancies from that class that you want to engage with. You don't pick one of the three. I love these like choices in PoE where you have a node you take and you get to choose, you know, either one or two or one or three different choices from that to adapt to the way you want to play. And this guy, Silver, has been adapting this to, from what I've seen, most of these videos seem to have this kind of theme going on with the nodes he's created for it.
Brilliant. It adds so much without adding any more complexity. It adds a ton of depth and a ton of customizability. So let's have a look at what we've done with this first one here. So on the top we've got Way of the Ouroboros. Upon reaching maximum flow stacks, you gain a power charge and your minimum flow stacks are 4. On the left hand side we've got Way of the Mantis. Upon reaching maximum flow stacks, you gain elusive and your next hit deals double damage. And on the bottom, Way of the Chimera. Upon reaching maximum flow, regenerate 100% of life over 5 seconds and take 20% less damage for 5 seconds. So you can start to see how these are offering very different augments to the flow mechanic, and I love this. I love that you have so much more opportunity to craft your character, fill in sections of your build or emphasize parts of your build that you maybe feel are weaker or you want to triple down on and really go hard into one mechanic. So take Way of the Ouroboros for example. Not only are we gaining power charges, we're also reducing the amount of flow stacks that we need to gain that tick over, creating momentum in the build. Way of the Mantis. Now this is an interesting one because we're kind of doubling down defensively on our dodge chance. So we're gaining elusive, which is increasing our dodge chance even more. But on top of that, we're gaining a very specific offensive buff of doubling your damage. Now this could be used in things like ailment build.
I kind of like the idea of what he's done here. Like with the whole thing, like you have this flow thing that he went with, and then the next node past that is meant to be an augmented version of the previous node. I think this is a really cool way of designing it. You should hire this guy.
Slams, you could do anything that you're trying to really get one big hit and charge up to one big hit. Very specific type of playstyle. And then down on the bottom we've got a very defensive node. You just need that blanket defensiveness. It reminds me kind of like Trickster when you're taking some of the evasion, energy shield stacking. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's just a brilliant defensive node that's just going to give you some regen and some damage mitigation. Finally, we've got the intermediate nodes, our little journey nodes that we get, our Diddy nodes. And for this side of the tree, we've just done something simple. Don't overcomplicate it. A bit of evasion rating and some additional dodge chance. Okay, so let's move on to our next branch in the tree. We're going to move over to the motion branch. Our first node here is recoil. Now, I played around with loads and loads of ideas around this. I even had an idea where you would hold like shift space and it would roll you back and reverse the damage that you'd done, kind of like Weaver in Dota.
Dota 2, yeah.
There's actually a skill, I can't remember the name of it right now because it's so unfair, but
Time phase, right?
there's a skill in PoE 1 where you can do this. But I wanted to not make it so mechanically intensive. It felt like it would be a burden and almost too much of a niche playstyle. So, once every 4 seconds, upon rolling, recover 100% of life and begin recharging energy shield. Recoil won't activate if you're over 70% of your available life or energy shield, and you take 25% less area damage whilst rolling. So this is a very, very specific, kind of class-specific leaning into the dodge roll. And not only is it a brilliant defensive boon, and a proactive defensive boon, something that we know that GGG are trying to lean into. I think the important thing here is that we had to have this caveat of it not triggering over a certain threshold. That number might be played with. Maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 80%. I'm not too sure right now. Or maybe it's even lower. Or maybe it's triggered. Oh, interesting. See, this is where I should have thought about this earlier. Maybe it's triggered when you're on low life, and then your ability to itemize and alter your low life threshold would then create a little bit more craft and a little bit more build opportunity and player agency around this. But yeah, huge defensive boon, and then also that area damage that we can't avoid, well, this allows us some mitigation against that. So just a huge boost to the dodge roll in general. And then what we're going to do is then, similar to the other branch, take this forward and have a look at, okay, how can we augment this dodge roll? How can we augment what we're doing there? And maybe customize it a little bit further. So starting off on the top left, we've got Distract.
Hey, what's up, Silver?
Dodging an enemy with roll blinds them for 8 seconds. Blind has 100% increased effect. And with enemies nearby, rolling takes 30% less time. Let's hold on the rolling takes less time part for a second and just look at what's on offer from the 3 different options. So we've got blind on the first. Weave dodging an enemy with roll increases your action speed by 12% for 4 seconds. Their action speed is reduced by 24% for 4 seconds. And coming down to feint, dodging an enemy with roll guarantees your next hit against them crits. They are unable to crit for 8 seconds. So here again, really flavorful, interesting options, I think, where we're choosing, do we want to lean into defensive? What kind of defense do we want to create? There's a little bit of offense and defense in a lot of these. I
think that the video, like, it's so long. I think we're gonna have to skip it if we're like to react to it. I feel like we're gonna have to skip ahead a little bit. What is that blinking here? What is that? I'm gonna move to the next branch. Yeah, here we go.
First time that we see a duo node. Now, exactly the same principle as the trio nodes. It's just, sometimes it's just much more appropriate to have 2 options. There's 2 compelling options that I could come up with. And it also offers a chance to maybe not overcomplicate the trees by having trio nodes everywhere, too much choice. And I don't want to just put things in.
I do like the commentary. Like, it's good. But I know that the previous one we watched, the Warlock, it was way more condensed, and I felt like that was way more digestible. But we're gonna skip and go through the branches that you make, because this is really cool, Silver. I actually really like this. But we'll watch the branches and we'll move to the next video and check them. It's 38 minutes, a little too long for me to sit there and react.
So here we've got 2 options in our duo node. This tree is...
This is fan-made, not official. Correct. Again, this is not what's going to be in PV2. This is fan-made. It says up here, fan-made. Mr. Silver XYZ is in the channel right now. This made these as a fan-made thing. Speculations and playing around with it. I think some of these are really cool. The Warlock stuff he was doing that we watched earlier was... I love that. It was so good. So I wanted to take a moment to actually go through these videos and actually check them out. And if you guys haven't seen them yet, here's this video. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content on this channel. And if you watch any of these videos, do me a favor, boys. You click the like button, and then you leave a comment. This was pretty damn cool. Damn cool. Nice. or exclamation mark, whatever. Just leave a fucking comment because it helps the YouTube channel grow in terms of YouTube algorithm shit. So if you like content, you subscribe, you like, and you leave a goddamn comment. You can just type nice, whatever. Just do that. It will help any channel out.
Is called Momentum, and it's all about building these charges and gaining that momentum and then spending it. On the left hand side here, we've got Inhale, +1 to maximum power charges, and then we get 44% chance to gain full power charges upon gaining one.
I like
the other side,
Inhale.
we've kind of got the flip of that mechanic. So we have another +1 to power charges, but then we gain a 33% chance to lose no power charges when spending one. So it really depends. There will be use cases for both of these, but I love giving that option where do you want the bonus feeling of, oh wow, I've just gained all 4 power charges in one, wicked, like I'm just gonna, now I'm watching out for that constantly and I'm gaining charges quite rapidly to try and trigger that. Or do we want that feeling, you know, very similar mechanically, but very different feeling of, oh, I've just done this huge attack, oh wow, I can double that up instantly and do another huge attack. So again, the cadence will be slightly different and the play style, it will feel quite different to play. And interesting, you can kind of play between the two of these. Let's move up to our end of the branch here, Duality. This one I think is really cool. Could be a little overpowered depending on how charges end up balancing out, but I'm pretty sure there's ways to balance this. So we gain +1 to frenzy charges. Gaining a frenzy charge or power charge has an equal chance to be gained as the other instead. Inhale and exhale, or inhale or exhale, whatever you pick, also apply to frenzy charges. So this is, first off, taking the node that we've already gained before and then giving it an additional application. So
I like this whole like the doubling down on the charges with this. This is a really cool, interesting thing. I want to see the last branch you made as well, and see how that feels.
Getting to the technique branch. So our first node is mirroring the other side. We've got a duo node.
I will say this though, like with the charges, I guess it would depend how like the speed of Endgame, because I know Monk has the availability to execute monsters that are on a certain threshold, like culling ability that guarantees a power charge, for example. So like if the clear speed is like super high, then you're gonna get a lot of charges, and then not losing them is better. But if the general clear speed is kind of slow, then it's not that interesting anymore. So there's a lot to it,
and
depending on how the endgame will be, of course.
Throwback,
which makes these things very
PoE1,
hard
you'll
to
be very familiar
play
with this. A bit of a niche build, so I'm not sure if everyone would have played this. But taking inspiration from the hollow palm technique, deck stacking for flat fizz damage. It was huge. It was wicked. It was super fun to play and scale. So we've got gain X amount of flat physical damage, numbers to be confirmed. A little bit of a tricky math one, that one. To attacks per 10 dexterity whilst unarmed. And then we have additional bonuses. Gain 10% increased physical damage per 50 dexterity and gain 8% increased evasion rating per 50 dex. Now these numbers, this is one of those where it really needs to be worked out and balanced in the numbers. Really difficult one to get exactly right. But you get in the principle. On the flip side, we've got a new one which is inspired by the same design, which is Prismed Fist technique. And this is exactly the same kind of thing, except this time we're looking at elemental damage. So gain X flat elemental damage of a contextual element to attacks. Now, I want to touch on this contextual element thing. It's not the best name for it, but I think this could be a really cool new design space and new kind of way to approach these random.
This is exactly what I was talking about before, with the whole idea that like Ascendancy needs to have venues for players to engage with different type of fantasies. And what Silva's been doing with his fan-made attempt on a martialist version of a Monk Ascendancy class is giving this. Like you have the whole mobility thing with the flow and the motion things. You have the charge focus on the top left. And you also have, even in this, quite drastic change. If you want to use this type of flat scaling, you're either going for a physical approach or you can do an elemental approach. I think this is a really, really cool way to adapt into this idea that you have different venues to engage with certain specific fantasies for the players to engage with. And this is something PoE does a very, very, very good job of doing. And I think that you, Silver, like, I know you're in the channel now. Like, I personally think that this is fantastic because it kind of follows that suit of allowing players to have those venues. I think these are great. They're fantastic.
Elemental damage bonuses that we'll be seeing hopefully through quite a few of the Ascendancies. What I mean by contextual element is I think that the way the element should be chosen is not randomly rotating through, because that puts you into quite a tricky position. And that does have its cases, kind of like Wild Strike or Elemental Hit and stuff. But I think what would be great here is if the damage is dictated by the skill gem. So say we've got something like Ice Crash. Well, then if we're using Ice Crash, it will understand that and it will convert it all into ice damage, into cold damage. Equally, if you're using Static Strike, then it's lightning damage, and Infernal Blow, then it's fire damage, right? And it understands, and then maybe even, you know, there's certain skills that are cold lightning mix. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but then it understands that and it splits it, or it rotates through those two. That can be decided. That's up to you.
Where are you from, Silver? If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? UK? They don't teach you English there?
GGG, but I think it's a really cool idea. Moving on to the additional bonuses for this side, we've got gain 10% increased elemental damage per 50 intelligence, and then gain 8% to all resistances per 50 in. So you've got a damage and a defensive additional buff for each of these. I think something, when I was designing this, originally I just had the flat damage element for the unarmed portion of this, and I think the issue with that was that it would massively pigeonhole you into a...
I'm so sorry. I've been playing too much Tibia with the guys lately. We're so harsh to one another. Like, you know how friends talk to one another, right? Like, just giving each other shit all the time. I've been playing too much with the guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Into just using unarmed strikes, and then you would end up very similarly to PoE1 with the children. You just end up, the only way to play this is, and the only people that would play this is stacking huge amounts of decks and just going full damage, right? Unarmed damage. The problem with this is it's way too niche. So what I wanted to do was add these additional bonuses. You then reduce the amount of flat damage you gain when this is all balanced out, so that it's net the same as if you just had that mod on there, but you're factoring in, okay, well, say you've got 500 in or 1,000 in, well, you're factoring in the 50 to 100% increase damage into that flat number, so it works out the same. But what it means is that you could take this node and never use unarmed attack damage, and you're still gaining these quite considerable buffs. So you're allowing int and dex stacking on this from this Ascendancy on these builds without actually having to use the unarmed element. But if you decide to use the unarmed element, then one, you're potentially saving a lot of money on another weapon slot, but you're not hindered either. And I think this is also important because of the way the tree's designed, where, well, to get to the next node, which we'll talk about in just a second, you don't want to take a redundant node, obviously. So I think the way this is done now eliminates that. It offers something for a variety of builds, but also enables this unarmed playstyle. So let's move down to the final node, which I think is the most interesting. Potentially the least popular, but I think it's kind of interesting. So
I'll say this, like based on what we've seen so far, it feels like the way the monk is designed, you would go down to this, pick Fist or Ellie, you would grab the charges, and then you would choose either flow or motion. That's what I'm seeing when I'm looking at this base of the place, the game experience that I've had with the game or with the class and everything so far. And that's fine. Like a lot of classes have that kind of like, well, you play this, you have to do that node, for example. And I don't mind that so much. But this is the first video you've done, right? I think this is good so far. The Warlock we watched, which is one of the later ones you made, right, it was fantastic. Like, absolutely fantastic.
Fluidity. Switching weapons is instant, and 10 additional passive points are converted to weapon set passives. Additionally, you gain 5% more damage for each time you've switched weapons recently, up to 15%. Now, these numbers on the bottom here, maybe that's up to 20%, maybe it's up to 25%, whatever the parity of these power of these nodes works out to be. But I think the interesting part about this, of course, is the start of it. So one, switching weapons is instant. We know there's a bit of a cooldown on switching between weapon sets. I'm sure there'll be other ways to mitigate this. But this just gives you that straight away, and it really rewards, okay, I'm a martial artist, I'm proficient in multiple weapons, and I'm fluidly switching between these.
This is pretty cool. I like the idea that you've actually doubled down on the whole weapon passive switching. This is a cool node, actually. This is a really nice design process of this. So for those of you who are unaware, like in PvP2, you'll have these weapon swaps that are happening based on the ability. You can actually choose in the ability that you have which weapon you want to use with it. And you have dynamic changes in terms of your passive tree that dynamically changes with your weapon swap as well. So what Silva's doing here is that he's doubling down with this node, allowing you that the weapon swaps are going to be instant. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but it's like you also get additional passive points from your skill are converted to weapon set passes, which allows you to have, you know, let's say you have two different elemental versions. One is fire, one is cold, as an example. Or for the monk, it would be lightning cold. It's more thematically appropriate from what we've seen. You can have then more passive points invested that is specifically just for that weapon that you, or for the skill and weapon that you're using for lightning damage. So you can have, and when you use the cold damage ability, you instead have the dynamic change of your skill tree to have bonuses to that type of damage. It's actually really cool. I like this. This is really nice. It's
again,
nice.
focus on this. The theme
Silver, not Silvar. Sorry,
like my technique is flawless. And finally, 10 additional passive points. I think this would be unique to this class potentially, or certainly rare. We know that we're getting passive points for weapon slots. And I think this is just an incredibly exciting opportunity to lean into that system and offer this class quite a special thing, which is where you can gain more weapon slot switchover points than anyone else, and the build diversity that creates would be insane. Again, would have to be balanced around the passive tree. Might get a couple.
Well, it always comes down to balance, right? Addition to side discussion. All right, we don't have to watch the rest of this. Again, here's the video that we just watched. This was really cool. This is the first video Silver was posting when he started doing these fan-made approaches. Don't forget to leave a comment, like, and subscribe to this video, guys. This was really cool. And we watched the Warlock, which was one of the later ones. This is the one we watched. When was this posted? Out of curiosity. Mate. This was posted a month ago. Sure. I want to watch more of these. What do you think, chat? Should I watch more of them? Just go through them? I think they're really cool so far. Chomp, 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 chomp. Yes. Chat saying yes. It's interesting. I think it's really cool. Since we don't know how the Ascendancy is going to be yet. What I'm curious to see, the Silver, is if you're right on any of these. I know they're fan-made, but I mean, it's possible that some of these things will be similar in the Ascendancy we're actually going to get. So we made a little list ourselves where we talked about speculations on the thematic approach in the classes. We went through this on stream earlier today. Chieftain is missing. I think it's a unique take. Yeah, I'll let builds be OP, but let's play and learn and what people enjoy, and then update the tree in the next patch. It's just speculations. Our list does not have typos. Okay. Okay, I mean, I will say this though, considering the fact that I made written guide content for over a decade for ARPGs, there's been a multitude of typos. Okay, a multitude of them. Consistently. So don't give him too much shit for it, okay? I spotted it and I couldn't help myself. That's what happened. This is Mercenary class.
Welcome back to...
So again, this is Silver. I will link it in the chat. Check him out, boys. This is actually cool. We're gonna watch another one. This one, another 30-minute one. We're gonna skip a lot and just look at the nodes that he's created. This is fan made, not what's going to be in PoE 2 early access or in the game. This is fan made Ascendancies made by Silver. So watch the intro. We'll go through the nodes and the branches that he made for it, and we'll talk about it. That's the plan. My different minions is there going to be in PoE 2? Do you know? Skeletal Warrior, Skeletal Archer, Arsonist, Cleric, Spectre has a shitload of different ones. I know they're going to have an enemy guard of some sort at some point. They're going to be the Cleric, Reaver, Bone Constructs from the Unearth, Zombie, SRS, snipers. I saw a skeleton with a two-handed goddamn mace in one of the footages. I'm not sure if that's actually a Reaver or not. I don't know. Skeleton mages. We haven't even touched golems. There's gonna be wolves. It's gonna be a lot. Okay, we haven't even seen the holy based ones either. Yeah, Brute might be, the Skelly Brute might be the one actually with the mace. So I'm not sure. Yeah, since reworked the branch, I'll have an updated video at some point in the newer 20-minute format. Well, a ton more than in PoE 2. It seems to be, yeah.
The channel. My name is Silver, and I've made one video before. This is my second video, so very excited to
oh yeah, for sure. Like the video. There you go.
I hope you've had a lovely Christmas. Took a few weeks off for that, and yeah, we're back at it. So, first Ascendancy class we took a look at was one of the monks. It was the Martialist. What I wanted to do this time was, following on from the latest showcase of the Mercenary, I wanted to jump into that class. I had a few ideas. I saw a few interesting ideas on the forums as well, over at PoE 2 subreddit. I would highly recommend going over and taking a look at that. Some.
You're recommending people to go to PoE subreddit? Well, I guess the PoE 2 subreddit isn't as toxic yet. So,
really good conversations happening. People are just very excited, and Jonathan is jumping on and taking quite a lot of questions and answering quite a lot of questions as well, which is quite exciting. But yeah, back to the matter at hand. I decided I wanted to show off a mercenary subclass that I have been working on. So this Ascendancy is called the Brigand. For those who aren't familiar with the term, I will chuck it up here. And I've got two other Ascendancy.
Oh, the sub sound was perfectly timed. Yeah, camera converting his prime to tier 1, thank you. Oh, that sub sound laugh was perfect.
Classes that are already fleshed out. And they take, I think, a bit more of a typical or expected kind of idea of what we saw in the showcase from GGG a few weeks ago. So let's jump into the skill tree, take a look at the artwork, and here is the Brigand.
Brigand.
As you can see, here is the
Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Okay. Holy hell. Okay, so based on what we saw on the Warlock, this is basically that you choose one of these, is my understanding. But that's a lot of nodes.
Guild free. There's nothing hiding behind me in the corner here, don't worry. Let's just start from the center point, and then yeah, we'll just go north to start with, work our way around, and then we'll follow off into the spoke on the right hand side. The themes I wanted to go for this were debt. There was like gangster kind of themes, and this idea of grit. I love this kind of like bit of a geezer, East London.
It's an unlicensed boxing match, Tom. Not a tickling competition.
So yeah, this kind of gritty, down-to-earth guy who's like seen a lot of dark things, is maybe a bit of a lovable rogue that they've created with the voice lines and stuff.
There's not a job out there I won't take, so long as the pay's good and a crossbow can solve it.
That's what inspired this Ascendancy a lot. So yeah, we'll start off heading up. So we've got 10% more maximum damage, 5% less maximum damage. So essentially a 5% more damage multiplier, but just increasing the range. And we come to our first node, which is Gambler. I'm not going to read all of these like I did in the last one. I think that was a bit boring, to be honest. So I'll let you read this for yourself.
All right. Again, this is fan-made, not going to be in the game. This is fan-made by Silver. And we're going to play early access on 15th of November. Gambler, roll a dice. D6 whenever you encounter a rare unique enemy, the enemy permanently loses 6% of their life per score. Huh? The enemy grants 6% rarity per score, half for unique enemies. Rolling 2 1s in a row grants adrenaline for 8 seconds. Rolling 2 6 in a row reduces your action speed with 20% for 6 seconds. Wait, that should be flipped. Snake Eyes should be a downside. This is a pretty cool node. I like the idea of this, but like, are you referring to this becoming a skill that you use? Because it's pretty cool. I like the idea of it, but like, is this supposed to be a skill? Is that what you're thinking, Silver? This is just once per encounter. Okay. A once per encounter thing. Not sure how that would fit in the game. You know, I like the idea of it, though. I like this is a pretty cool thing, but I'm not sure if. I mean, obviously, I would like these to be flipped. I want Snake Eyes to be a negative thing for you.
But yeah, this is what I'm talking about being a little bit more creative with it.
A little.
I think this is
a little bit more creative. A little bit.
It's something that will constantly feel interesting. It's like a little gamble. It's a little one-arm bandit pull every time that you encounter a rare or a unique monster. The balance on this may be adjusted slightly. I mean, 6% permanent life. That's up to 36.
Ooga Boogie with 2 months. Thanks so much, man.
Secret about GHAZZY. GHAZZY secretly has a 6th finger on his left hand he covers in green tape so it's hidden by the green screen lol.
Huh? What? That's just confusing.
6%, which on a rare I don't think is like crazy, because on average this would be a 18% life loss, which is kind of like an 18% cull.
There's nothing there.
Which is maybe a bit strong. Maybe we bring that down to like 4 or 5% per score. But yeah, for unique enemies, this certainly I think would be a little bit too strong. That's what I've said in the line there. Yeah, we halve that for the unique enemies. It'd be a bit nutty if you could go into a Uber boss and drop 36% of their life straight away, right? Whereas 18%, maybe if we bring these numbers down to like 4 or 5%, you end up with like a 14% kind of like instant health loss. Would be amazing on a high roll. And then you've got this other cool element of it, getting some like. Basically, if you get unlucky twice, you get a massive bonus. If you get lucky twice, you get penalised. And I think, again, you'll feel that in the gameplay. That's our first one there. I'll tick these on so that I know that
Okay, I see what you mean with like, there being a negative if you have high roll.
So coming around to the left, yes,
that makes
block
sense
recovery,
now.
some armour. This is kind of a bit of a, like, semi-defensive, semi-offensive. The point behind this was really just to like focus on this idea of debt, that like as you're getting hit by an enemy, they're pissing you off, and then it makes sense the opponents that are sticking around to hit you long enough are the ones that you really want the damage multiplier against anyway. So this is kind of like a bit of a rare killer, of course, like from bosses as well.
Interesting.
And
note.
then I love this idea as well of having like counterattack. We don't know what they're going to do with counterattacks. I think it'd be a really interesting design space, especially now they're trying to make combat a bit more methodical. So that's what this is playing into. The idea that, yeah, that someone keeps hitting you, they're getting up and close to you, and you just pull out a shiv and shank them. I just think thematically is wicked. I don't know how...
Why do I get the feeling that is such a British thing to say? Don't you guys have like the highest rates of fucking knife-related injuries in the world or something? It just shiv someone or shank someone is either prison scene in the U.S. or it's on the streets, you know, late at night after a night of clubbing in the UK. That's like my view. That's my imagery that I get in my head from hearing that. Oh,
strong
man.
this would feel compared to some of the other nodes. I mean, it's a strong node for sure. Again, balance to be confirmed as
always.
Really
years ago.
But
okay.
I just love the idea of a counterattack build, and this kind of pulls away a little bit. So this is certainly like, as you'll start to see, this is a bit more of a melee focused Ascendancy. Coming round to the left, we've got some attack speed and move speed, and our little baby headhunter.
Shanking is common occurrence in London.
Like a long time
there you go.
coming in an Ascendancy. I think people have kind of wanted something like this for a long time. And it just made so much sense to me in my mind to go on to this kind of like brigand ambushing, bit of a dodgy
I
character.
liked it. This
kind
is
of
a cool thing as well.
Stealing power. This idea of stealing. So yeah, it's totally limited though. I didn't want to just have it where you just pick up one mod and it just stays on for ages, because then you end up in weird situations where you're like hunting for rares to try and like get the right bonus and all this sort of stuff to rush a boss. That's naff. However, you can hold 3 of these, right, as it says. So the idea of this is you're just running through it. There'll be like nice surprises is kind of how I wanted it to feel. I wanted it to like, again, focusing on gameplay. I wanted it to just feel like these nice little bonuses that come up and be like, oh, cool, I got this. Just like when you run into an acceleration shrine, right? And because you can't really store all these up and like then zerg into a boss, that's why I've added the onslaught against unique enemies as well. So you're really going to be in for a treat if you get a boss that is spawning rare monsters. Something like, what is it, like Cathedral Top or something, the map in PoE 1, where you get like these waves of rare monsters. But yeah, so that's that. And then down to the bottom left, we've got max life resistances and White Knuckle Ride. So kind of building on this like a heavy theme from the last node. This is, and sort of coming into this like grit theme of just having a bit of a tough life. I don't know how people are going to feel about this, especially on hardcore, because this is kind of like a little bit of a cheat death mechanic once a minute. But then at the same time, I tend to think, well, if something's going to blow you up in like 1 second, then
Every note I've seen you make, I think this is the worst one. Everything else is really cool and creative. This one feels like it's kind of off. This note is so dumb. I'm not sure about dumb. I just feel like it lacks purpose. It's like, okay, you don't want to lose HP. You get benefits from losing HP, but like recover 100% of your life if you get down to 1% within 1 minute cool. I don't know. I like the creative approach to the other ones. I'm not sure I like this one.
It'll probably blow you up in 2 seconds. So I don't think it's too
it's
crazy.
It's painful watching some of these early ideas.
But yeah,
I don't think that I don't think you should beat yourself up or anything. I think a lot of the things that you've posted so far that I've seen at least are fucking crazy cool. Like the creative approach to them looks really, really interesting. That's why I wanted to engage with this and actually watch some of these videos. I'm not sure we won't watch all of them today, but we're definitely gonna be maybe I will do off stream actually. But some of these are actually really cool. I don't like this one.
Coming down to the bottom, we have
time to message him. GHAZZY said your idea is shit. Okay, so that happened once. I'm not sure if you heard that, Silver. So what happened was during the last playtest in LA, I dropped 2 unique items. One of them was a dagger, and I just failed to see how it would make any it didn't have any purpose or make any sense of where to put this. This is an actual item that's in the PoE 2. So I talked to Jonathan about it, and I said, and I explained my reasoning for why I was concerned for the purpose of the item, and I feel like no one would play the game, drop this, and be like, oh, a unique item. It would just be vendored. So Jonathan was like, "Oh, okay, no, I'll let the guy know." And then he takes up his phone and goes into Discord, sends a message to the guy who made the fucking item, and he quote, and he said, "GHAZZY says the item is shit." And I'm like, bro, you could at least have sugarcoated it, you know? So he literally just types to this guy and tells him that I said it was shit. I'm like, bro. I love Jonathan. But yeah, that happened. So we'll see what happens with the item.
Let's bring it over here.
Grit.
Yeah, we've got
you guys
grit.
read it? Okay, you guys can't read it. Let's do this. It says, for every 3% of life lost recently, take 1% less damage, up to 20%, and gets more HP. I don't mind that. This one makes more sense than the previous node, though.
Damage reduction based on life lost recently.
Straightforward, yeah.
Super simple. There's not too much to say about this one. I just like the idea of trying to give the Mercenary an Ascendancy that allows it to be a little bit more melee focused, a little bit tankier, and yeah, not focusing as much on the crossbow gameplay that we saw. 10% more life, wicked, always good. All right, this is where I think it starts to get a little bit interesting. So all of the nodes up till now have been
a lot of nodes
like,
on this
you've got
one,
5 options there. I think of like all really interesting nodes if you want to play like a solo style. And now you're starting to get a little bit more into like party thinking and potentially some minion builds. So minion builds for Mercenary, I know it sounds crazy. All will be explained. So down here on the bottom we've got Aura Effect and Curse Effect. Again, numbers on these, just take them with a pinch of salt. So this trio node down here is, I think is sick, especially for this side of the tree. Like there's nothing quite like this. So it's basically a selection of 3 different curses that you can get as auras. You've got Cruelty, Punishment, and Enfeeble. So I haven't made them entirely free because I think they should have a little bit of a cost at least. But I've also added max curse, one max curse on all of these. And I just, yeah, because I just don't want to, like, I think it's a bit lame if you get this as an aura and then you can't curse anyone with like a mark or anything like that. I think especially for this kind of character, I think that would be important. So yeah, I think maybe maybe it's overpowered. That reservation number you can sort of bring down to try and balance it a little bit. So maybe it's only like a 40% reservation efficiency for this curse, right, or something like that. If you really
this is a
like,
brigand, is what he's calling it in this video,
so
for the Mercenary.
On, and by the way, I'm hoping you are enjoying the icon work. Okay, so exciting. So now this is where we get into like the minion, the gangster theme part of this Ascendancy class, and I think it's wicked. I don't know if you can tell. I never play minion builds. I've played one minion build maybe like 6 years ago in PoE 1, but I think it's that whole like necro thing is just not my cup of tea.
No, I'm just kidding.
But this idea of having slightly different minions is exciting to me. So we'll start up here. Minion life and damage. Woodwork. So bandits. What the hell are bandits? Bandits are a new type of minion skill that I have created. I've actually got some examples here. Yeah, so if you just take a look at this one in the top left here, summon bandits or call bandits. It's just like a skeleton, basically. It's like a humanoid skeleton. That's the basic like bandit version. We're going to come back to the other ones, so don't worry about those just right now. But so this idea, bandits, your bandits or your, you know, effectively your skellies, right? Bandits gain confidence. Whenever you kill an enemy whilst the bandit is alive, they gain 1 confidence. That can scale all the way up to 100, as you can see there. And then with this, you get an active skill called Gang Up. That basically spends all of your current confidence to trigger Feeding Frenzy. I'm not sure if this will have the same name. I'm sure it'll probably be a different skill, potentially in PoE 2. But then they gain Feeding Frenzy, which makes them aggressive, gives some other bonuses with increased effect per confidence spent. So this basically...
So basically, he's taking an archer or a ranged like shooting projectile character, mercenary, and then he's basically summoning all the boys in the Sherwood and stealing from the rich. I'm seeing a little bit of a theme here, Silver. So all the other bandits from the Sherwood is just coming out.
He's just like a... Again, trying to make minions a little bit more interesting. It's this way where like
definitely not giving
minions,
to the poor.
You want to keep them alive because you want to.
It's not Robin Hood then. Okay, I got you.
And then the more confidence they have, the more you can spend, and the more sort of you get this like one let's zerg down this boss kind of thing. Love the theme of it. Thing's really fun. Okay, next aura effect and spirit reservation. So this is where I think. This is where I just had loads of fun with this, basically. So we've got right-hand gang. You gain 2 gang members. Now, what the hell are gang members? So gang members are not minions. They are, like, companions, kind of like followers.
Allies.
Like, if you think like D2, right? These are essentially like mercenaries. Tons of games that have this idea. But if you imagine them kind of like... This was very much inspired by Heist. If you just imagine, like, your Heist companions or Heist followers that join you on your Heists... We've got 6 options here. So once this is a new type of kind of design dynamic on the skill tree where basically you select something and then you get access to select from other nodes. And you can see I've sort of identified this with these thin lines around here. So if we take this, then we can now select up to 2 gang members. And so I've created 6 here, 6 to choose from. Greyhound the Scout. And each gang member has a sort of theme to them. They have their own skills, and you can see in the flavor text on the bottom here, it tells you a little bit like what weapons they wield and some of the skills they use. But, you know, that's for the designers to add some flair and interesting skill choices to these characters. And they also grant you these passive benefits, which are in the white text in the center here. You can see those throughout. So Greyhound gives you crit. Then we've got...
You know, Silver, I was supposed to play D4 today. I was actually planning on moving over to play some D4 today, but like 1.5 hours ago. I'm literally just stuck watching your videos. For fuck's sake. Oh, man. I'm going to have to do it off stream instead. I got some fucking guides to fix. God damn it, man. Best compliment I could get. These are good. The videos are good, dude. I think that you said that you had to shorten it down, compress the video length and whatnot, because the Warlock one was the best one so far for sure. But this, like, it's interesting. Some notes, like this one's probably some of the notes I didn't like that much personally. But I mean, it's just opinion based, right? It's subjective in the end. I like the idea of some of these, like the creative aspect of it is really interesting.
Demetra, the cat burglar. So this was the idea that actually, like, she's the daughter of, oh god, why can't I remember her name now? The other cat burglar from PoE 1. 20 years on, like, her daughter, she's had a daughter and she's grown up and sort of followed in her mother's footsteps. But has stealth, uses traps, can cull, and gives you some nice sort of rarity and quantity bonuses. So yeah, I mean, I know quantity's probably not going to be in the game now, so this would just be like a rarity stat. But yeah, nice little bonus. Marini the Freak.
What?
I love it. So yeah, mana regen. This is kind of like taking a Lyra, kind of. But yeah, mana regen and reservation. But she curses enemies and uses detonate dead. Wicked. Like, very cool that you could get a follower that is like detonating corpses for you. I think that's amazing. Huge quality of life. Clive the operator. Just a solid guy, Clive. You know, just gives you just basically tries to keep you alive against ailments and gives you some ailment duration. But he's like our merc essentially. So if you can kind of see the theme here, right? Like we've got our kind of assassin, our shadow. We've got our ranger-ish sort of character. We've got our witch. So these are all kind of like attribute aligned. Our merc, he's inflicting ailments on the enemy as well, which is again just super quality of life. And then we've got Old Man Tibbs. Old Man Tibbs, so another throwback to PoE 1. I just think that character's amazing. I think the model's wicked. He's like so imposing when he's on the screen and stuff. And it just makes sense that these guys would be friends. You know, for some reason that just works in my head. So yeah, Old Man Tibbs, he's still going strong. He just gives you some nice strength and life benefits. Stuns, he knocks back. He sort of does big giant Tibbs things. And then we've got Brother Kieran, who Brother Kieran the Pragmatist, gives you just some nice quality of life stuff for survival, resistances and stuff. But yeah, he's our kind of Templar, our Templar gone rogue. Gives you some vitality, uses some shielding spells. We don't know a ton of what they are yet, but yeah, you know, you can imagine like some sort of taunts, something that like gives you a shield whilst he's blocking and that kind of stuff. I'm really curious to see what they do with defensive skills in PoE 2. I think they're going to be, I hope, and I do think they're going to be quite interesting. So yeah, so here is our gang members. So let's just say I think Marini is going to be interesting. I don't know. I don't need crit. Let's go Marini, and I want to just try and tank up a little bit. So let's pick these two. And then we can follow this on, and we come to our last node, which is a trio node. And this is like an interesting ways and quite divergent ways to take this minion idea and run with it. So I'll start off on the bottom here, which is the Don. So this gives you, this basically builds on this gang theme. Gives you one additional gang member. All of their passive bonuses are increased by 50%. They're a bit tougher, they do a bit more damage, and they recover 50% faster. So you can see in the bottom here, as it says, usually what happens, these characters never die. It's kind of like Heist, because they're not minions and you can't resummon them. They're not a skill or anything. So when they die, when they lose all their health, they just basically get winded, like knocked down, and then they take 8 seconds to recover. With this node, they'll only take 4 seconds. So it's kind of like Legion of the Primordial, the Elementalist node, from that Ascendancy. But yeah, it's just they're up longer, they're a bit tougher, they do more damage. You get another one, and they give you some more bonuses. Which, you know, you imagine 50%. Again, this needs balancing, but like, you know, it's 45 strength and 15% life, which, considering this node doesn't do anything else, you know, I think it's like, okay, cool, we want to make sure that these bonuses are decent. And I think if you like combined any two of these together, the crit chance might seem high on this, but actually I think it's like reasonable, considering it seems like they're going to be putting loads more base crit into the game. So I imagine they'll be reducing the amount of increase that you get. But yeah. So we've got the Don, that's that one. Next up, the family. This is another different take on this gangster gang member theme. So yeah, as you can see, you get all of them. You get all the gang members. They don't give you any passive bonuses. So just you completely forget about the passive bonuses.
Gang members considered
and
minions.
you can't have any other minions.
I think that's really cool.
And
like,
you
that's
lose
creative as fuck.
100 spirit. So they essentially
With the
cost
woodwork
like
node you made.
what, like 17 or 18 spirit each or something, which is totally fine because they're now classed as minions, and I think that that's like the huge power in this, right? Like, so this is going all in on this idea that you've got this like 6, so you can't have any other any bandits. So woodwork becomes useless. You can't have skeletons. You can't do SRS. You can't do anything else. But you can just stack these characters to the max. And remember, like, a lot of their skills are actually quite diverse and have a lot of utility in of themselves, right? Like Demetra.
So I'm curious, Silver. Here's the bandit skills. So yeah, okay, so they are meant to be able to die, is what you were talking about. So your bandits can essentially die. So you'd have to resummon them. Okay. But what about the gang members? Gang members can't die. The bandits can. I like the idea of having like a summoner-oriented bandit army. I think it sounds really cool. I like the idea of it. I do. That's actually pretty cool. Then the next node you'll like. Which one?
You can't do SRS. You can't do anything else. But
the last breath support. Okay, so we are going to go through all of the skills. I have it here somewhere. We're gonna go through this list, but it's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. So I'm gonna go through this tomorrow because I do still have guides I gotta get done with in D4. And I think that if I think I can finish the last stuff I need to do can probably be done tonight. And then I just have to accommodate, make some changes when needed. But I should be able to finish what I need to do in D4 tonight. Because then the focus will be just PoE 2. And I'm going to play Torchlight Infinite on Friday. They have an amazingly cool looking new season coming out. Actually, we'll have a couple of the hours is going to be sponsored. But I will be playing a lot more than the sponsorship because I find Torchlight Infinite to be a really good game.
You can just stack these characters to the max, and remember, like, a lot of their skills are actually quite diverse and have a lot of utility in of themselves, right? Like Demetra can cull, she sets up traps. You got curse and corpse detonation. Got knockback, ailments, like all this stuff. This is then like you've got these 6 really strong minions that you can then
thanks so much
lean
for
into.
20 months.
And it's cost you what, 2 ascendancy points.
Don't you find D4 boring? You feel like there's not enough to do in D4? I think that D4 has finally taken a step to becoming a good game. And I think that they have way more endgame replayability and options to engage with in terms of endgame activities than they've ever had before. I think it's really good so far. Now, I don't think the game is really good or great, not even close, but I do think the the D4 is actually a good game now. That's my take. Now, if I find it boring, I get 2 to 3 weeks worth of enjoyment out of D4 now. In the past, I've only gotten between 1 and 2 weeks of enjoyment, so that's a step in the right direction for me. They still have a very long uphill battle to fight, but it's finally heading in the right direction. That's my take on D4.
Again, the balance on this, maybe they have to, the spirit cost has to, maybe they're 50 spirit each, and let's say 300 spirit's quite hard to get, like you need a scepter and some good gear and stuff. Then maybe you can only have like 4 of these, right? And as you're leveling through the campaign, you're gaining 1 more, you're gaining 1 more. Yeah, I don't know, balance. We'll have to see how that shakes out. But yeah, I love this idea. So this is instead turning these into minions, going full minion build, bringing up your auras and sort of like letting these guys do the work. And then finally, we've got Infamy. So finally, very different take on the whole minion theme again. So you can't have any gang members. So this now sort of like, so you've lost this entire Ascendancy node just to get to this one. But your bandits are 20% cheaper, so you're gonna get a ton more bandits. effectively. And so this is essentially the bandit build, right? This is going no gang members, all bandits, and then when you are within, when you're near a rare enemy, you get an assassin. So this is kind of like you're not summoning them; they're automatically being summoned, and then when the condition's not met, when there's no rare enemy nearby, they disappear. And so it's kind of like reinforcements is like this idea that I think for these, this is really cool. And then when you're near a unique enemy, you get an assassin and an enforcer. So I've done a quick mock-up, as you saw a little bit earlier, of what these might look like. So if you imagine this is kind of like your skeleton warriors.
So here you have a system where it's like they're summoned when you use the ability. But they also have this, like the Necromancer summons, the way they've set that up is that if you haven't lost a minion in X amount of seconds, in all of your dead minions will come back to life. They have this re-summoning process. I think that would have made more sense to have compared to this system where you're actually forced to re-summon them yourself. That's what I would say when it comes to the minion topic of it. Before the new minion system was revealed, we need some work. Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, I think that there were some notes which felt like they lacked purpose or felt kind of so-so. But I do like the creative aspect on a lot of these things were actually really, really nice. Yeah, there's a lot more here to watch, like tons of it. So let me just do this and link you to his YouTube channel. And you guys can subscribe to him and you can actually watch this. These videos have been fan-made by him, which are fan-made ascendancies for Path of Exile 2. And these videos were pretty long, but as you can see here, he has some shorter ones after this. There's a 1 hour long video. Oh, it's a talk with Talkative. Nice. I like Talkative Try. And the one that we watched that was really cool was the Warlock one. That was fucking fantastic. So there's some really cool stuff here that I can definitely recommend watching. Again, it's not going to be in the game for PoE 2, but these are fan-made things, and it just sparks up some really cool creative aspect to these nodes and the expected ascendancy classes that we're going to see in the early access, hopefully, but in PoE 2. I think it's really cool. Like, my list feels like, yeah, it's being put to shame, because my list I made is just speculation of ascendancies, where we're just talking about the general theme of them, and made a list here. I'll probably make a video talking about the general theme of each class that I think we're going to see. And we'll see how that goes. What's the chance it will be adapted to PoE 2? I have no idea. Not sure. We'll see that. Let's see. I think it's gonna be pretty cool though. So I'll probably make that. But yeah, now I will say this, Silver, just like Kikis was saying, just keep pushing, dude. Friend of mine told me Yalar is now free to play. Tibia has progressed 2005. Tibia has done a lot of stuff. But I mean, so the thing is with Tibia is like there are pay-to-win features, but the thing is with pay-to-win features is there is no ending to Tibia. So you never have to buy anything, but except I will say that if you do like playing the game, you want to have a premium, which basically is your subscription-based WoW game. But you can play the game for free, but you want to have premium if you actually enjoy playing the game. But you don't ever have to buy anything else in the game. If you don't have to at all. There's no ending to it. We're just playing for fun. Like, we're not buying shit at all. Like, ever. We have our premium accounts, that's it. Like, we don't buy shit. We're just having fun. There's no ending. It's all about having fun with your friends. So that's what we're doing. What do you gain from premium? There are certain areas in the game that is only accessible for premium accounts, but I think they changed that. Like, the town that I'm in on this character is called... Motherfucker. Yalahar. What? Wait. Do I have higher mana region in PC? I didn't even know that. Really? 564, 568. Oh my god, I didn't know that. If I've taken the daily, yeah, I think so. Where's the fucking daily thing in this place? There it is. Yeah, I do. Soul Point region. I don't care about that. I had no idea you had better mana region in DP. What the fuck? I didn't know that. I had no idea. Motherfucker. Oh my god, so I've been wasting my fucking time. Yeah, whatever. I had no idea. But yeah, you get access to that. You get you can upgrade your class to a premium version of the class, which basically just gets you access to some more spells and a little higher mana and life region. That's about it, which is kind of irrelevant. He says that every day until EA is going to get that. Glad you're enjoying them. Appreciate it. My pleasure, Silver. Thanks so much for making them. Appreciate it. You have a good one. What game is that? It's an old MMO game from back in 1997 that we're playing with the community. If you want to join, just come to the Twitch chat and type !Tibia, and we have a Discord channel in our server as well, in the Discord server. You just check it out there and join us if you want to. Having a lot of fun with it. It's a very old game though. Mostly people that have played it before are the ones that can actually enjoy it. I think that if you've never played it before, you might not enjoy it as much. The game came out a half a year before RuneScape, and both RuneScape and Tibia are both inspired from the old Ultima games. And it's like here in Europe, most people play Tibia, but it was kind of split between RuneScape and Tibia, with the most people touching Tibia. In America, in the US, most people play RuneScape, and in South America, most people played Tibia. So it's kind of like split that way. And I was a Tibia player back in the day. It's really fun though. They're playing on an old PvE server as well. In Brazil, it's actually very split between RuneScape and Tibia. I've been told that Tibia was more popular than RuneScape, but I might be wrong. I haven't seen any numbers. But no, we play on an old PvE server, so most people that play on that server is like super high level, so you can actually just enjoy the lower level areas without having, competition on booking spawns and whatnot. And also, low level creatures drops creature products that's used for imbuements, which is worth a fuckload of gold. So you playing on a low level character, it's easy to make gold and not miss out on gear upgrades and whatnot, because we're kind of effective on all servers. Yeah, pretty much Bisbang, because of Vicious Shield Paragon board actually for that class. Sorry. Tibia versus Ragnarok, but the monthly fee is a huge factor. Oh yeah, for sure. And heard of Tibia, and I played probably tens of thousands of hours so far as in the EU. Oh shit. Early 2000s playing Diablo 2 and not Tibia. Later WoW. I played D2 and Tibia, and then I played WoW. Is any class good in their own way? Which game are we talking about? Sorry, I have a Diablo 4 discussion on the YouTube chat, and I have Tibia and PoE going on the Twitch chat. Which game are you talking about? So my mind is like everywhere. In Tibia, Tibia has 4 classes. There's a Sorcerer, which is basically mainly damage output with spells. You don't want to play a caster without... honestly, like, if you enjoy playing the game, you need to get a premium account. It like, the gameplay changes a lot. If you just play from the start, you have no beginner level skills and whatnot. The Druid is the hardest class to learn, because you not only do you have to learn to keep track of your own shit, you also have to heal others, and it's very hard to do unless you're experienced with the game. I've never played a Druid before. I'm trying it now, and I've already killed my friends several times. And if you die in this game, you lose levels and you lose skills. So people get angry with you when you're the reason they die, which is hilarious. So don't do Druid. EK, the Knight, is like a blocking character. You're supposed to just face tank everything. It can be a bit rough when you start off, but that's a very comfortable class to play, because you don't have to think that much early on as you're learning the game. Paladin is like a ranger. You're using spears and bow and arrow. It's probably one of the strongest early level classes, but you also have to learn to go through the process of learning how to adapt and understand the class, would like get the ammunition or use the spares, which can break and stuff like that. But it's Paladin is the worst class in the game in my opinion, and they should delete it because it's so fucking broken. But it's basically the I would assume, or I would say that if you're experienced with the game, Sorc or Druid is probably the most OP class. But anywhere else, everyone would say the Paladin is like the strongest class in the game. Hasn't Tibia's economy gone to shit like happens in all games online, or they do soft resets? There are new servers that people play in, but we played an old PvE server, and like the economy's fine. Like you can grind low levels, you get creature products, you sell them for a lot. I mean, I can. Shit, where is that? Let me log in and show you. Let me show that real quick, actually. So this is my main character on the Refugia server where we're playing with the boys. So here's the market, auction house. So Elvish talismans, for example, I use this for one of the imbues I have on my gear. And they sell for like 3,000 gold a piece, but you drop these from like super low level monsters. Like when you're playing a new character, you can do these very easily. What else do we have? Broken shamanistic staff as well. Drops from very low level creatures as well. So like there's so much money you can make from just playing a low level character, because high levels don't want to farm the monsters that drop these. So it just makes it a really natural and easy progression to play on an old server as well. At one point, Druid was the better Sorc at endgame, since most mobs had rest to fire, electricity, death. Yes, Druid was the better caster. Nowadays, there are very few people playing Sorcerer. I play Sorcerer because now people, like, they want you... Most of the like high-level hunts that I've experienced, I'm still learning. The Sorcerer actually has to heal, and that took me a while to learn. As tank is support type. Paladins, depending on how you play. Like, the thing is, it's very different. In lower levels, you're basically just soloing and you're kiting things if you're playing anything but an EK. In higher levels, you start AoE hunting, depending on how you do it. And then in the higher levels, when you start party playing, now you have like an EK that's just tanking the shit, getting healed by the Druid, and everyone else is doing whatever rotation they're doing with their classes. In even higher levels, the Paladin has different jobs. In some cases, the Paladin's job is to group up more enemies into the box that's called, like, around the EK. Sometimes they, depending on the level they are and the gear they have, they actually tank a little bit. And in other areas, they're just grouping up and just running around the EK with a pack of enemies and then running through the EK to drop off those monsters on the EK. Like, it depends. Like, I'm not super experienced with the game. I'm still learning, and I'm having a blast doing so. So we have a couple of veteran players in our community that's playing. And, I mean, I got my Sorc up to level 507 now, I think. Server, just type !Tibia if you want to try it out. We're playing on an old PvE server called Refugia. But I do this off stream with the communities. It's like, I play a lot when I don't have any, like, launches and whatnot. So right now, I'm playing off stream every now and then when I have time. And then when PoE 2 Early Access comes out, I'm not gonna log in for my login reward, that's it. And then I'm not playing for like several weeks because I'm busy with PoE. And then when things calm down, then I'll play again. So that's how I play. But we have a lot of people. Paladin multi-use class. Yeah, Paladin can basically do everything. That's kind of why they're considered to be the strongest class. You can kite things, and depending on where you go, like, you have to learn it. Like, I'm the wrong person to ask about detailed information on it, to be fair, because I'm still learning myself, to be fair. The new bitch way I see it, Tibia made a fantastic low-level economy by making consumables with their drops that high-level people need. Yeah, they've kind of fixed the economy so that a new player can join a server that's been active for a long time, like we're playing on, and they will be able to make stupidly good profit because everything they hunt, or most things they decide to hunt, is worth so much money because the high-level players don't want to hunt it, but they want the products that they drop. So it's actually really cool. That's how they kind of fix that economy for the new players. But yeah, I mean, guys, if you want to join, I don't want to spend time talking too much about it, but if you guys want to join, type !Tibia in the Twitch chat, join in. We have a Discord. a channel in our Discord server, which is called Tibia. You can apply to the guild. I'll just approve it immediately. And if you ever have any questions, you can ask in game. You can ask in the Discord server, and just poke me there, and we'll set people up, and we'll have some fun. I'm not sure if there's any gear in the guild hall people can use. I'll have to check. But yeah, I think it's fun. It's a really fun game. It's an old game. And I think that if you've never played it before, it's a very acquired taste. And you might have to read up a little bit and, you know, search up some YouTube guides for your class and learn to play that way, or just ask us. And we'll help out the best we can. If you played the game before, you know what's up. So you know where to go for information. Anyways, so what we have left is I gotta go through the new skills that we've shown on that's data mined on PV2DB, which I think I'm gonna do tomorrow. And tonight I am going to fix the. Tonight I'm going to fix a Diablo 4 guide that I haven't finished yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna host you guys over to my little sister. My little sister streams on Twitch every now and then. And she is going to be joining us on the November 15th. She's never played PoE before. She will be helping me with a subathon that we're going to run on November 15th. So if the subathon lasts long enough, then when I need to sleep, my little sister will play instead of me when I'm sleeping for a few hours. And so we can talk with her about sub goals. You can recommend some, sure. So we're going to be setting that up, and she's going to fly down here on November 13th. So she will be on the stream, and so you guys get to get introduced to her before the subathon and before the launch of November 15th, early access PoE 2. So that's the current plan of it. I hope you guys enjoy the stream. Big shout out to both Talkative Try and Silver for the con that we've been watching today, and we've gone through a lot. I will eventually make a video on this topic here. It's going to be very fun to do. But without further ado, this is my little sister. So I'm going to radio us over to her, and you guys give her a big warm welcome, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. And yeah, thanks so much for all the support. I can't do this full time without it, so I appreciate that very much. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, stay safe, keep rocking, have a great fucking night.
Food, snacks, whatever you want.